of the Portland Board of Public Education. It is Tuesday, October 11th, 2021, and we're meeting in a blended format with some of us here at Casco Bay High School and others joining us via Zoom. Mr. Superintendent, will you please call the roll?
Sorry about that. Ms. Bondo,
Result.
Mr. Burke,
Here.
Ms. Russell Better,
Here.
Ms. Billiou, Ms. Bryden,
Here.
Mr. Youssef,
Here.
Ms. Lentz,
Here.
Mr. Grant,
Here.
Ms. Aslami, Ms. Ellis,
Here.
Mr. McLaughlin, Mr. Alzamili, Ms. Santiago,
Here.
Ms. Diu, and Chair Figdor.
Here. And I do see Miss Diu on video.
Yeah.
Okay, I would like to invite you to join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Portland Public Schools recognizes the original inhabitants of the land on which our city and schools stand. The Wolastoqiyik, or Maliseet, Micmac, Penobscot, and Passamaquoddy tribes, known collectively as the Wabanaki Confederacy, or People of the Dawnland. We are honored to have Wabanaki children among our students today, and as a district, we are committed to making the past, present, and future of Wabanaki peoples visible in our schools and our classrooms. Okay, so we are going to get started tonight on our business meeting with public comment on any issue that we are not voting on tonight. So if you are a member of the public and would like to address the board, you'll have 3 minutes. Please either come forward to the podium or use the raise your hand feature in Zoom. And before you start your comments, introduce yourself, tell us your name and where you live.
Hi, everyone. My name is Erin Chase. I hate public speaking. I'm super nervous. I'm a much better writer than speaker. I live at 60 Put Drive. I have 3 children. One is a graduate of Portland High, one at Portland High, and one at Lyman Moore. And I'm speaking tonight about the decision to ban the high school students from attending athletic events at the Portland High School that they do not attend due to recent incidents of fan misbehavior. Fan misbehavior is definitely not an issue unique to Portland. From professional to youth sports, we have seen an uptick in disrespect towards officials, coaches, players, as well as aggressive incidents on and off the field. As noted in the recent article in Portland Press Herald, which I'm sure you are familiar with, this is happening at our local high schools. My concern with how Portland addressed this is that the policy was a top-down administrative decision that did not seem to attempt any interventions such as student leadership involvement, strategies to reduce this behavior, communication with parents, to partner with PPS, or restorative practices. As educators, we need to be teaching students how to meet standards and expectations, whether it be academically, athletically, or socially. Portland chose to put a Band-Aid on the problem by instituting a restrictive policy without engaging students, parents, or the Portland community. Instead of using this as a teachable moment, PPS shut things down. Another concern is the timing of this policy in the wake of the resolution to put guardrails on school enrollment, which the supporters of this resolution hoped would eventually align our schools and eliminate the competition and disparity between the 2 high schools. This policy is the opposite of that. This policy adds to the divide between the high schools and exacerbates the feeling of separateness and differences. The message in favor of the resolution was we want unity and equity, and both schools are great, and we should all be together. The message from the policy, recent policy, could be interpreted as we don't want Deering and Portland together. It's not safe. I think this decision is disappointing at best and hypocritical at worst. This new rule punishes everyone for the behavior of what I'm estimating is not more than 1% of the student body. For most students, attendance at their friends' games is positive, is a display of unity for the city when students can still support their friends from elementary or middle school and celebrate their successes regardless of the high school they chose. I look forward to hearing your discussion tonight. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Erin. Are there other members of the public who would like to address the school board? If so, you'll have 3 minutes. You can either come forward or you could use the raise your hand feature in Zoom. And right now, I do not see anyone coming forward, nor do I see any hands up. Hello.
Hi,
Go ahead,
my name
please.
is Caroline Dennis, and I have a son, Jameson, who's at Deering High School, and I have a graduate from Casco Bay High School, Chloe Dennis. So this is also a similar topic related to what she just mentioned about being disappointed about the recent rules about athletics and as well as about school dances. I'm one of the parents very disheartened about the recent rules to permanently segregate our children from our 2 high schools during a delicate time. We did not speak up during COVID, but enough is enough. And it is time for us adults to stop punishing all high school students due to the actions of some. There is already so much strife between the 2 schools, and this is a clear division coming from the core of our district central office. We request that all schools are open to the school being allowed to show up and support their siblings, neighbors, friends at different sporting events. Middle school students can attend with a guardian for a group of not 1-to-1 ratio. Same for high school students if they are on notice. We request that all schools be willing to volunteer at and with other schools for dances, and that the traditional permission slip for each non-student is needed if they wish to attend. Punishing the entire school for the actions of some goes against the Portland Promise and against the behavioral policy that was so thoughtfully created by the school board and district. Our community needs to work and grow our whole city unity. These children are siblings, neighbors, friends, and teammates in other areas of their lives. They do not deserve to be split apart.
And I just want to emphasize Erin's comments about just creative problem solving and getting the kids involved in solving this, that it's punishing everyone for a few and just shutting things down doesn't teach anybody how to resolve situations. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your comments and for being here tonight. Are there other members of the public that want to address the board? It can be on any issue that we're not voting on tonight.
Can I ask the board a question, or does that end the next section?
Later in the meeting. Yeah. All right. I don't see any more public comment. So I'm going to close public comment and go to the report of the chair. On this day after Indigenous Peoples Day, I want to thank all of the Wabanaki advisors who have worked with our district to develop our Wabanaki Studies curriculum. Today is National Coming Out Day, and I also want to take the opportunity to honor and celebrate the courage and resilience of all of our LGBTQ plus students, staff, and families who have come out, and to our LGBTQ students who have yet to come out. I want you to know that you're not alone. My own journey coming out took place over the course of 25 years. The rejection I initially faced so many years ago still stings to this day, but it pales in comparison to the pure joy of being able to share your true self with those around you and to love and be loved. So happy Coming Out Day. I also want to congratulate Casco Bay High School's Matt Bernstein for today being awarded the 2023 Maine Teacher of the Year. Matt is a ninth grade humanities and social studies teacher whose teaching is centered around student voices and student activism. And being in the room today when Matt received this tremendous honor, it was palpable how many lives Matt has touched and changed and how much joy and belonging he has brought to the Casco Bay High School community. So congratulations, Matt, and to the students and full staff at Casco Bay High School. Tonight, I am announcing my appointments to the school board members to the Superintendent Advisory Search Committee. Later in the meeting, we'll consider a slate of 7 community members brought forward by the Appointments Committee to join these board members in serving as the core team to search for a new superintendent of Portland Public Schools. I want to thank all of the school board members who expressed interest and a willingness to serve on this committee. My appointments are as follows: Mickey Bondo, Nialet Biliou, Adam Burke, Sarah Lentz, and myself as chair. And that is all for my report. So we are going to move right into the report of the students. And today we're hearing from Natalie Santiago of Deering High School. Take your time. Ms. Santiago is getting set.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I want to start by saying Happy Indigenous Peoples Day, where today we honor invaluable contributions and continued resilience of Native American people all over our country. Tomorrow, the juniors at Deering will be taking the PSATs, the practice test for the SAT, and the qualifying exam for National Merit Scholarship Awards. Wish me luck. This week is Spirit Week at Deering. Each day has a theme to show our school spirit. Today was Twinning Tuesday, tomorrow is Pink Out Day, Thursday is Throwback Thursday, and Friday's theme is Purple and White Day. Friday morning when you enter our building, you will see our halls decorated for Spirit Week. Each grade in our student government is assigned a hallway on the first floor to decorate. The theme this year is board games. The freshmen chose Candyland, sophomores chose Clue, juniors chose Monopoly, and seniors chose Jumanji, which I'm pretty jealous about. On Friday, we're holding our pep rally outside Memorial Field. Hopefully, the weather will hold out for it to be outside. At the pep rally, we're going to have tug of war, a relay race, musical chairs, and even a dunk tank. We're also holding our first homecoming dance at the school since 2019 on Saturday. And during athletics, we're having one of our best fall seasons on the fields, courts, and the trails. Both girls volleyball and boys soccer are enjoying their best seasons in years and are ranked in the top 3rd to 4th in the region, and are top teams in Class A in Maine as well. Girls soccer and football have enjoyed success this fall as well, both looking to build their programs for the future with rosters full of underclassmen. Deering football won their first game since 2019 against Brunswick in late September and now returns home to finish their season, hosting Noble for homecoming, Gorham for senior night, before meeting Portland High School in the 110th annual Thanksgiving Day game. Our golf team enjoyed another successful season and qualified for the SMAA regionals. State champion Deering Esports competing again this fall in Rocket League, Splatoon, and Overwatch. Cross country had a breakthrough meet last week at South Portland for both the girls and the boys teams, with the girls finishing strong to earn 3rd place. Both teams are training for regionals to be held next weekend. The Portland Deering field hockey team has had some strong performances this season. As the Rams are enjoying our most successful fall in several years, football, girls soccer, volleyball, and boys soccer are all positioned to earn playoff bids. Next up, the Rams head to the playoffs, and then DHS Winter Sports will start up on November 21st. The Rams continue to rise again. And it's not just on Spirit Week and on the athletic fields that Deering is exciting, fun, and filled with a sense of community. Thank you to all of our teachers, administrators, and families for supporting our students every day.
Thank you so much, Ms. Santiago. And we have full confidence in you on the PSATs, but good luck.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you so much for that update. And with that, I'm going to turn to the superintendent for his report.
Well, thank you, Chair. good luck this week, Natalie. Lots of big actions there. I begin tonight by recognizing Matt Bernstein, ninth grade humanities teacher here at Casco Bay. As you heard earlier, Matt was named the 2023 Maine Teacher of the Year today. That's the sign behind us. Here at a ceremony in the great space. Matt is an exceptional teacher, as any student or parent who's ever had the good fortune of being under his care will tell you. But what sets him apart and makes him uniquely positioned to represent our profession is his uncanny ability to live out his values and convictions while also engaging with those who have different perspectives in a way that encourages civil discourse. At a time where educators in so many places are under attack for holding and sharing their convictions, Matt shows how a skilled educator can enable both truth-telling and civil discourse. I had the privilege of being a parent in Matt's class a few years ago, and my son is a better person for having been a member of his learning community. Matt joins a distinguished group of national educators who hold the same post in states across the country and becomes an alum of a select group of Maine educators who have held this post, including Lyseth AP Talia Edlund, who was Maine Teacher of the Year 2016, and Cindy Sewell, our literacy coordinator, who's the Maine Teacher of the Year 2021. Also, Mary McDonald, I forgot to write it in my remarks, and I believe she was in 2015 or maybe 2015 was also Maine Teacher of the Year. So we're fortunate to have such amazing educators in our midst, and they're shining examples of the tremendous quality of all of our Portland Public Schools people. I would also like to acknowledge that Portland High School was named one of the top schools in Maine by the school ranking service Great Schools in the category of college success. This measure looks at the percentage of students who go on to post-secondary education and persist in their pursuits. PHS outpaced the state in both of those areas, so both in terms of post-secondary education attendance and persistence into subsequent years. Both Casco Bay and Deering also outpaced the state in one of those categories, and we're just shy on the other. We're proud of all three of our high schools for their ability to create a post-secondary aspirational climate, and particularly proud of Portland High School's achievement in this area. One of the ways in which our schools succeed in creating that culture of post-secondary aspiration is by helping students to understand their post-secondary options. One important aspect of that is helping students to understand how to pay for that education. To that end, we are partnering with the Finance Authority of Maine, FAME, I love that name, to host 2 FAFSA nights for students and families. DHS's FAME FAFSA night will be on Tuesday, 10/18, so during our board meeting next week from 6:30 to 8:30, and Portland High Schools is a couple days later, so on 10/20 from 6:30 to 8:30, obviously at PHS. Casco Bay students and families can attend either night, and frankly, because the events are hosted and co-sponsored by FAME, they're open to any Maine high school student that wants to attend. The month of October has a number of important recognitions. Last week, we celebrated the start of School Principal Month and also School Custodian Day, which was on October 3rd. Later this month, we recognize school bus drivers and school lunch professionals, along with National School Bus Safety Week and National School Lunch Week. All of these folks are critical to our ability to run school effectively and receive far less recognition than they deserve for all that they do. So I'd like to extend my gratitude to our principals, custodians, school cafeteria and kitchen staff, and our school transportation staff. Thank you for all that you do to make the Portland Public Schools work every day. Staffing continues to be a challenge for schools across the region and country, and we're by no means exempt from these challenges. I'd like to discuss some steps that we're taking to address the staff shortages. In order to increase our pool of substitute teachers, we're implementing a temporary increase in substitute wages. Effective last week, the pay for our long-term substitutes went up to $238 a day. Dedicated subs to $175 a day, state certified substitutes to $150 a day, and individuals with a bachelor's degree, even if they're not certified, their compensation increased to $145 a day. Substitutes who have lesser credentials will also see an increase in their pay to $95 a day. We're currently unable to fully staff our day-to-day absences with substitutes, so we hope that becoming more competitive in this category will help us to improve that. We're also rotating staff from various roles into day-to-day substitute positions as needed on a daily basis, and that includes members of our senior leadership team. We also re-upped our agreement with the Portland Education Association to permit us to assign staff to cover class during their planning periods with appropriate compensation. I would like to thank our partners in the Portland Education Association for their willingness to collaborate to mitigate for those staff shortages. Also, last week, our HR team swept through all of our candidate pools and hosted a hiring event where anyone who was in our pools but had not been hired for a position that they'd applied for was invited to a central interview to vet them for all of the vacancies that exist in the district. This event yielded a handful of desperately needed ed tech and substitute teacher candidates. And we're also considering job shares by taking individuals who can give us some time, even if it's not full time, for open positions. And because we still have a significant number of vacancies to fill, we're temporarily offering any of our staff who refer a candidate for an educational technician or teacher vacancy a $1,000 referral fee if we hire that person and they complete the school year with us. We continue to ask members of our community to please answer the call to serve in this time of crucial need. Whether as a substitute or as a volunteer, we need everyone who can to dedicate themselves to support our ability to continue to operate our schools. Please contact your school principal or our central human resources department if you have any interest in volunteer or paid service. Last week, we restarted our parent engagement meetings using the shared space cafe approach that we developed alongside Portland Empowered. Actually, Portland Empowered developed it, and we're riding their coattails. We hosted a cafe at King last Thursday and have one scheduled for Moore Middle School tomorrow. One is being planned still for Lincoln, and board members will recall that these events are part of our response to the challenges that surfaced last spring when our middle school students walked out in protest. We will also be hosting a shared space cafe, the second such event, as part of our Reimagining Parent Engagement work in cooperation with Portland Empowered and our parent-teacher organizations. This event is scheduled for October 19th at East End Community School. The campaign to pass question 5 in the November ballot launched last week. I will be devoting my October forecaster column to this topic, and we'll have a Maine Voices column advocating for passage of that question later this week. Parent University will be hosting a session to learn about the pros and cons of the matter. That session is scheduled for October 26th at 6:30 p.m. Unlike the advocacy that I just described, this Parent U event is intended to be educational with both sides of the issue, given balanced time and visibility. We hope you will join us to learn about this important Charter Commission recommendation. Yesterday was Indigenous Peoples Day. Last week, we concluded the rollout of an important aspect of our efforts to provide place-based education experiences for our students that help them to understand and care for the Dawnland. Third graders from across the district were able to engage in common learning experiences that took them to the Presumpscot River watershed as part of our cross-disciplinary Wabanaki Studies curriculum. I would like to recognize Assistant Superintendent Malia Nally and her amazing team of educators, particularly Fiona Hopper, Brooke Teller, and Katie West, for their efforts to conceive and execute on this common experience for all of our third grade students. I was struck by the realization that regardless of what school they attend now and what school they go to as middle school students or high school students, They will all share a common understanding derived from the seminal experience. And these shared experiences are key to our ability to thrive as a community. Our diversity being central to our value proposition benefits tremendously from having those diverse perspectives being brought to bear on common experiences. That is what creates community. Thus, it's always challenging when those shared experiences weaken rather than build community, which brings us to the last part of my report. Tonight, I've asked Assistant Superintendent Eric Townsend to outline the set of circumstances that led to the decision to limit attendance at athletic events to students from the host high school. That decision was arrived at after a deliberative process between our school leaders, including our athletic directors, and led to a recommendation for that temporary move based on their experiences trying to manage sporting events, particularly our football games. I recognize that the process was not deliberative to include families, and as a result, the decision felt abrupt and not well understood. I take responsibility for the poor communication and process. It is with this in mind that I asked our team to come here today to share the experiences that led them to make that recommendation and to discuss steps for moving forward in ways that will enable those shared experiences to help us to build community. So, Aaron, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Good evening, board members and Portland community. Thank you for having us here this evening to have an opportunity to provide some additional context and rationale around, the updated high school athletics attendance policy for the remainder of this fall season. I want to appreciate and acknowledge many of our school leaders, high school leaders that are with us tonight, and they'll have a chance to weigh in here in just a moment after I offer a couple of remarks. So thank you, Principal Jepson, Co-Principal Dr. Ahmed, Athletic Director Lance Johnson from Portland High, Assistant Principal Jay Giesman from Deering High, who are all with us this evening and can provide some of the firsthand accounting of the experiences that led us to this intervention. And I want to offer it as that, in terms of framing as we have this conversation this evening, that after a series of, unfortunate events in recent weeks, one following a Deering High football game and one following a Portland High football game, we were confronted with situations where multiple students had to receive medical treatment because of the situations that played out on the ground. These were challenging and chaotic situations that our administrators have been working to manage and maintain over a number of years, and have tried numerous strategies to be able to continue to provide these incredible opportunities for our community. I want to recognize that they spend long hours to make sure that these events are able to happen routinely and consistently, and ultimately working 14+ hour days on days that these games happen to be able to provide this for the greater Portland community. So these were not decisions that were taken lightly, but it was from our responsibility to ensure a safe environment that we made this initial kind of determination for the final few regular season games. One of the things we've reflected on is that we do recognize, and what you'll see in the pattern of events as they kind of share the context that led us to this decision, is that we have a lot of success in creating school safety and maintaining safe environments with the students that we know. Relationships matter, as we know. Relationships are central to building safety and earning trust. And what you'll see is what has been challenging for our leaders in managing these environments has been that many of these situations are happening when students who are not attending those high schools. So they're able to support and manage the Deering students when they're at Deering games, Portland students when they're at Portland games, but when confronted when those challenges of unknown individuals, that's where it can be challenging and problematic. We're definitely, and it's a unique challenge posed here in the city of Portland. We're the only community with multiple high schools within the city. Well, certainly the Press Herald article raised up that this is an issue that is, communities beyond Portland, beyond Maine are confronted with. Here in Maine, it is unique to be able to have this kind of community engagement. And certainly We value that and strive to be able to make these community events and, take to heart our core responsibility of ensuring safety for all students, staff, spectators alike. So as you'll see, we're open to continuing to kind of evolve this and commit to much of the engagement, that people are asking for. That's been on the forefront. There certainly have been steps previously that led to this. And at the same time, we want to do so in a way that makes sure we can ensure that everybody who comes out to support our Portland teams has a great experience and has a safe experience. So with that introduction, I'd like to turn it over to Lance Johnson, Athletic Director for Portland High School. Michael Daly, our Athletic Director at Deering High School, currently has a girls' soccer game and a volleyball game happening, so he may pipe in here for a minute, but I appreciate Lance opening up for us. And Lance, I'll start the slides.
Thank you, folks, for having me here tonight. And I'd like to congratulate Matt Bernstein on being named Teacher of the Year. He's our girls soccer coach at Portland High School and has worked with our boys soccer program as well, and does a great job. So we appreciate that. Just to give you some context on how we got to this decision, I'd like to first talk about our middle school policy. We've had a lot of success. This policy was developed in 2019, the year before I came to Portland High School as the athletic director. But middle school students have to be accompanied by an adult or a guardian. We do let people come in with, sometimes they'll have their son or daughter, and then maybe a couple of other students with them as well. And we had a lot of things not going positive for our middle school students when they weren't accompanied by an adult or a guardian in bathrooms and in behind the stands and in the parking lot. So when we had that policy in place, it really helped the middle school student behavior and some of the negative behaviors that were happening that we didn't want happening at games, and we wanted to keep those kids safe. There were some spectator incidents at our high school football games and basketball games before this year. In 2019, Rob O'Leary, the athletic director at Portland High School, was hit in the head with a rock and sustained a concussion by a student that was not a Portland High School student. We've had some incidents of fights and assaults at Portland games. Last winter, in particular, Michael Daly had a rough winter at home basketball games at Deering High School. A lot of it happening in the parking lot after games. And it didn't involve Deering High students, but some middle school students and students from other high schools in Portland and from other high schools outside of Portland as well. So that led us to this year. We did hire extra city staff. We've brought in the Portland PD, make sure that we have a presence with the police department at particularly the high school football games. And to give you an idea, at a Portland football game at Fitzpatrick Stadium, Sheila Jepson, the principal, is always there. Sarah Obari, assistant principal, is there to help out. I'm there until I see the last student leave the parking lot. I also have two other staff members at Portland High School that I have there, and we have between 4 and 6 city staff there, and 2 Portland police officers. So we're doing everything we can to make the environment safe. And I'd like to at this time recognize that the fan behavior in the stands has been very good, very positive. Compared to last year, coming off COVID, the student sections were a little rowdy, but in general, our fan section within the stands have been very good. I'll only speak for the Portland High events. The issues we have are usually behind the stands or in the parking lot. But we have Michael Daly and myself. We have engaged with student leaders and every class. So I met with every class this year when school started and talked specifically about what our expectations were at co-curricular events and at sporting events in particular. So every student at Portland High School has heard this from me. We have there's the NFHS sportsmanship course we're going to require for high school student athletes, so they understand what our expectations are. But overall, our fan behavior in the stands has been very good at Portland High School. Now, there's been a few recent events that have led directly to the decision that we just made. One at a Deering High boys soccer game and one at a home football game at Deering. And these all involve students that were not Deering High students. At the football game at Deering High School, the students that weren't behaving well were Portland students, and not Deering students. And recently at a Portland High football game, there was an incident where multiple students required medical care. And again, it was not this situation. It was at Fitzpatrick Stadium, but it was not the Portland High students. It was students from other high schools within our district. So we're having trouble recognizing and being able to properly communicate and discipline kids that we don't know when we don't know who they are. So the current policy that we initiated was for home events, and PHS students can only attend Portland High events. DHS students can only attend Deering High events. Casco Bay students can attend an event, but they need to have a guardian with them, just like our middle school policy. This wasn't a decision made lightly. It was made after discussion with the administration of all three high schools all together, getting together and meeting and going over the recent incidents. So there are similar policies in place in South Portland and other regional districts. There are capacity limits when we talk about dances. Each high school in Portland, Deering, Portland, and Casco Bay, all have their own fall dance. So we feel like every student has a chance to go to a fall dance. And the homecoming dances for Portland and Deering are on the same night. And I know that Casco Bay has a fall dance as well. So we are anticipating coming off COVID. Our students are really interested in being part of these things, particularly our homecoming dance. And the gym at Portland can only hold 550 people as the max capacity. So we don't want to be turning away any Portland High kids from that event. And pre-pandemic, other schools in the area were starting to limit guest attendance to dances and keeping it to just their schools. And going forward, depending on feedback that we get tonight from Superintendent Batana and the school board and from our parents, we may adjust this policy for the playoffs. I'll speak for Portland High School. Our main issue is at our football games on Friday night. We're also Michael Daly and I are looking into a program called Culture Keepers from the Positive Coaching Alliance. And that is, we're looking for students and families and people that come to our games, fans. And if they're in favor of helping us keep a positive culture, they'd wear a T-shirt and they'd be known as one of our culture keepers, and they'd help us monitor, student sections and communicate with kids and keep everything positive in the stands. There's an SMA sportsmanship summit where we'll have some of our student leaders and captains attend in December. And we've also had some discussions about moving our football games to Saturday afternoons or earlier in the afternoon on Friday instead of late Friday nights.
Great. Thank you so much, Lance. I want to just pause for a moment and see if Principal Jepson or the Deering team want to add any other context, from the discussions that led and this intervention in terms of kind of limiting attendance at the last few regular season games.
Thank you, Mr. Townsend. I appreciate the opportunity, and I think that what I'd like to add is that on nights of games, we actually are in contact with each other, and I appreciate the collaboration that we have. Dr. Giesman texted me when I was at one of our football games to say our game is over, so kids might be coming, and he joined me the evening that we had some difficulty. And I appreciate that connection. I think the previous weekend when there was difficulty at Deering, I got texted as well. And so we are in constant communication. I think that's worked really well. And we have, I probably in my time in high school as an administrator have attended upwards of 100 football games. And I love going to football games. I love seeing our students there. I like seeing them in a different milieu, if you will. And it's hard when I don't feel safe at a game, and it's hard when I don't feel like I can maintain safety. And so I think this, what we put in place for the remainder of our regular season games helped. Last Friday, which was our first game that this was enacted in, and it felt safe. It felt manageable. And that's, for me, what matters ultimately is the safety of all of the people, our students, and the people in the venue. And so we'll continue to work on making sure that we're all safe, and appreciate the opportunity to let you know what it's been like for us. Thanks.
Thanks, Ms. Jepson. Dr. Ahmed or Dr. Giesman, anything you'd like to share from the Deering perspective?
I'll just say that thank you for the community members who offered public comments, and I've heard similar things from really impressive, articulate students who have come to speak with me. Totally get the concerns and really appreciate the public sentiment and the student sentiment that we want to find solutions to this that allow everybody access to kind of a full high school experience. So I do think we all share the same goals. Superintendent Botana was very kind to take blame for any kind of miscommunication or process, but really this was something that we put together from our professional judgment, feeling like we really needed to do this right now in order to get things into a better place for the students and the families in the community. And I think we all do share the same goals about how to eventually move forward. I will just add, for additional context, that this is my second year at Deering High School, and it's not just athletic games. The vast majority of significant behavioral incidents at Deering High School at games or outside of games have either exclusively or partially involved students or adults who do not attend Deering High School. So I think there's really something to what Assistant Superintendent Townsend was saying about really owning a school culture and building relationships with your community. And once you've really got that nailed, then we can try to widen the circle.
Thank you, Dr. Giesman. And want to recognize Mr. Daly, who's joined us from the press box and of some Deering High events this evening. So thank you for joining us while you're managing multiple events this evening, Mr. Daly. And welcome any comments if you want to make, but certainly not necessary.
Yeah, I would just echo, well, first, Deering just won in soccer, girls soccer. So good win, senior night. And I would just echo what everybody else had to say. We work in partnership with Portland High School admin, and Lance and I work really closely. And I think as far as context, some of the issues we had at last year's home basketball games really kind of gave us some perspective heading into this year of how we wanted things to be different and better as far as the fan experience and making sure events are safe. And I think, as Ms. Jeffson had to say, it's really about safety of the event for everyone, participants, all students, visitors, all staff, everybody is at the event. And, I think those experiences that we had this fall didn't make us feel as administrators that the event was safe. And so we had to take those steps. So I think we work really well as a team across the high schools, all 3 high schools. And I think we worked well together on this initiative. Not an easy discussion to have or decision to arrive at, certainly, to exclude anybody from our events. And high school sports is supposed to be as inclusive as we can and have as many people there as we can, but not if it's not going to be safe. So I look forward to discussions going forward. I've had really robust discussions with parents, coaches, student athletes, really well thought out, and their opinions and thoughts are very valid. And I understand their perspective completely. And I look forward to the dialogue continuing and moving forward. But I echo everything Lance had to say. And we've been in partnership this year. And I think the incident at their football game, our football game, and soccer games really made us pause as far as student safety and event safety. And I think that led to the decision and where we are today. And look forward to making sure we have fun, safe events at both high schools moving forward.
Thank you, Mr. Daly. Appreciate it. Dr. Ahmed, why don't you close us out here?
Good evening. And I agree with everything. And the collaboration was actually amazing, and how we all work together on this. And I just want to add that the support or our students who were involved in these incidents are receiving the support that they need, and they are held accountable. So I want to add as well that there are meetings, they are kept accountable, and they get the support that they need.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Ahmed. So with that concludes kind of our update regarding this issue. For now, certainly as, kind of we've committed to here, and certainly been called in, by families and community, to continue the dialogue around how we create these spaces to be able to make them, safe, fun, community events. We look forward to that work together. So thank you all for this opportunity this evening, and I'm happy to take any brief questions before we move forward in the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Townsend. Mr. Al-Zamili, did you have a question regarding this?
Yeah. So my question was, is this a permanent change? I heard somebody up here saying it was. I think it was a question from the public.
Mr. Townsend, do you want to take that?
Yeah, it is not intended as a permanent change. Certainly, the initial communication didn't necessarily time limit it. We said in respect to kind of the, the fall seasons, but, certainly with some of the feedback, and as we've reflected, certainly want to be open to adjusting that. So, for now, this is through just the remaining couple of final regular season games, as indicated. If we have teams moving forward to the playoffs, those are unique, special opportunities, and are open to making adjustments around this to be able to make sure that, any community member, would potentially have the opportunity to attend those. So, no, not intended as permanent, and, look forward to making some adjustments as we move forward. Really intended as an intervention because of the kind of significant safety issues at these most recent things in which students had that we've needed to provide medical care for multiple students. And so to be able to do the kind of engagement to ensure we could have a safe environment moving forward.
Ms. Santiago.
I guess looking into the future, as he said, the Thanksgiving football game, do we have any idea about if that'll still happen or possibly look like?
Go ahead, Lance.
I think when Portland and Deering play each other, that both Portland students and Deering students would both be allowed to come to the game. So we are planning on playing the game, and both Portland students and Deering students, when they're competing against each other, would be allowed to go to the games, even under the current policy we came up with.
Thank you. Are there other questions from the board? Did Ms. Bond? I'm going to go to Ms. Bondo because she had a question earlier. Please go ahead, Ms. Bondo.
Thank you. Thank you. So I'm not really in favor for those actions, and I hope then most of the students who are in care right now, they will have a full recovery so they can be back to the school. So my comment, first of all, is just when I look at what the student just asked as a question, if it's permanently, then we going to suspend those events, having those different schools coming together and participate. So I heard is about the safety purpose, right? So for me, I have just a question to ask. So for the safety purpose, we need to isolate each school on their own site. So that means if we isolate those schools on each site, we're never going to have any incidents.
And I'll say briefly, and then defer to staff that's been on site managing these. Again, there had been a focus, as Mr. Johnson indicated, around engaging with students around their behavior kind of in the game when they're in the stands, and as reported, we've seen improvement there. So, Ms. Mondo, it's not so much kind of that there are issues in the stands, as they've said. Often there are things happening back beyond the stands, or once the game ends, as folks are filtering out, when the most significant kind of safety issues have kind of emerged. So, it's we've seen improvement through the engagement we've done, of the fans in the stands and how they're engaging. But it's kind of all the extra stuff going on around where we're having those issues, and so seeking to. Go ahead.
Yeah. I really understand that part. But when I heard principal talking about how to maintain safety and how to make sure that that's something really alarming me, because that is about how we implement our policies on different aspects on all our programs. So that means the implementation, that's why I've been all the time saying that the implementation of our policies, this is exactly why we're failing. And I can understand when we talk about the safety to isolate schools, then when we want to create a more community-based and integration and cultural inclusion, and we are separating. And I'm just, when I look at the different incidents, I saw it's not our district students, right? It's mostly from outsiders. Because I see no DHS student, no PHS student. So that means those incidents happening for different people. I mean, the guests, the people coming from outside, or those are the students. Because I heard one of them just say, we cannot recognize if he's a student from the district or he's a student from outside.
If it's a student from that high school, or
yes.
from a different high school, from a different high school
from a different district, because
no, largely within Portland.
They're all Portland. So that means one is something at Portland High School. That means the student from Deering, they are the one who fighting. Right.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So we have other questions. So my other question is that how we let the student enter to the event? Do they have an ID to recognize that they are from that specific school? Or we just...
And one of the ADs, please answer
that. At Portland, we have the school administrators at the gate, and they know, and sometimes a teacher, and they know the students. So, and if not, they can show they have their Infinite Campus on their phone, their schedule. And then if they don't, Miss Jepson usually starts asking them a few questions about who their teachers are, and can find out pretty quick who's being honest with you and who's not. And so that we do have administration at the gate. at our games.
Okay. So if we recognize the students, so why we don't apply a policy to those specific students instead just to take the school and separate them and be on each corner of the site?
Can I attempt to explain this? So the problem that we're trying to solve for is students from other schools that are attending games that are not at their school, because the administrators at Portland don't know the Casco Bay students, don't know the Deering students. And where we've had these incidents, it's been students that they did not know. And then we later found out were students at these other schools. That's what's created the problem that we're trying to solve for.
Okay. All right. So we get more questions later on. Thank you for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bondo. Ms. Russell-Better.
Thank you, Chair. I think that Ms. Bondo might have addressed something I was wanting to ask, but maybe just can I clarify again? I think the superintendent answered, maybe Chair Figdor answered this, but am I right in understanding that the disruptions that were happening at, say it was at Portland, it was of other students within PPS? That's accurate, not from other.
Not exclusively. There have also been incidents with students from other schools that just like a South Portland kid who comes to a game.
Thank you. So I think my question, and thank you for all the context, it was helpful to understand historically over the years what's been happening. I didn't have that understanding. And then also, sorry, I just wanted to pull up the slides for a second. Just the pieces about next steps. I really appreciated the piece about the Culture Keepers idea and engaging student leaders. I just had a question about, let me make sure I know the acronym here. Is SMAA the Southwestern Maine Activities Association? Is that what that acronym? Okay. So I just wanted to understand, like, what kind of oversight does that organization have? Because I'm just concerned, we have our own policy, right? That administration is saying they're being really clear with our students about what the expectations are. But what happens when students are, behaving, out of alignment with those expectations at our events? Like, sort of, how does SMAA have any oversight about that? Like, how does that then turn into, like, can that student and that team return to, compete in our buildings if they're, having that behavior? So I'd just love to understand, because I don't know what the, SMAA oversight or kind of, that must be a tough place to be, in our facilities, but what is the oversight for students coming from other schools? So some clarification with that would be helpful.
There's a lot of communication between ADs from different schools within the SMA when we're playing games. During the regular season, there's each school would have so many events going on that we often can't cover away events. But in the playoffs, we try to make sure in the playoff game that there's an administrator from both schools there and have more oversight during the game. But during the season, there's so many games going on that very rarely could I go to a road game. But we do communicate with the other athletic directors if there's issues with their students at our events.
Okay, thank you. So if you could identify that a student was from a school, but I'm guessing there are probably also situations where it isn't clear, right? Like maybe who a student that's initiating a conflict or something. I'm guessing that can be challenging to try to track down maybe where an individual is coming from. Is that sometimes?
Yes, and the two events at Deering and the one bad night we had at Portland at Fitzy, that it was the students from other schools, and they don't respond to. I'll be honest, they don't respond to me, the other administrators. They don't respond to the police officers even, because they know nobody knows who they are. And so those issues that we had this fall were with students that we couldn't recognize and we couldn't get to listen to us.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. And what you're saying about communicating with other ADs, that makes a lot of sense. When you can do that, that would be where the relationship is and how to address that student's behavior in their community where they have their norms and expectations, right? So, okay. So as far as SMAA, if there was an instance where a student, is there anything else that
that Portland schools can go under for expectations that are like kind of across the board or not? Like about attending games or?
Correct me if I'm wrong, Lance, in terms of SMAA, but I don't believe SMAA as an organization, or MPA is the other kind of major governing organization in the state around high school athletics. You know, they don't have jurisdiction per se around like student attendance and, you know, these kinds of disciplinary matters. You know, those are things that we work on directly with the individual schools and the athletic, as Lance has said, communication and partnership amongst the athletic directors, from principal to principal at times and superintendent to superintendent at times as necessary. So, but SMAA is more of just kind of the facilitator of kind of the conference and so forth, and offers some of that. You know, I think that was the student leadership piece, offers some elements of programming in that regard, but you know, that's up to the schools and their kind of rights, you know, to be able to manage that kind of attendance and, you know, collaborate on those issues.
Great, thank you.
And for example, the incident that happened, the Deering football game, we were able to find out 5 of our student athletes that were involved in that, and they were banned from going to any Deering events before this new policy was even put in place. So there were consequences for the 5 students that we were able to figure out were part of the incident at Deering. There were consequences for those students, and we told them they weren't allowed to go to any more Deering events this fall, even before this policy was put in place. So we are trying to, when we can figure out who is doing these things, to have consequences for those students.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Russell-Better. I'm sorry, we do not take questions from the public at this time. I'm going to saw Ms. Santiago first.
I want to respond to Ms. Russell-Better's question. At my basketball game in winter, we had an incident with another school. When we were at their gym, something went down. They said something to one of my teammates, and we ended up having to play them in the first round of playoffs. And we didn't think we were going to play them again. So that was an issue. They had their AD came. I know that their AD came, and they were talking with the superintendent, and our principals were their principal and our principal were communicating. I don't know if the MPA was involved. I believe they were, but it ended up being, it was tense, but it was handled pretty well. And I think, although it's unfortunate those incidents had to happen, it ended up being a safe game. So.
Thanks so much, Ms. Santiago, for sharing that. Miss Lentz, and then Mr. Grant.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just curious if folks could talk a little bit more about, so the students that have been involved in incidences that were PPS students, what kind of outreach has happened within their familial community, whether guardians or parents, like has there been a conversation, or has that been able to happen? And how has that kind of like impacted how things have moved forward?
I know at Portland we've communicated with the families of all the students that were involved, and their families were very, very supportive of the consequences that were given to their students.
Actually, the same was the families whose kids were involved from the Deering side, and the parents or the families actually were very quick. Some of them actually reached the field so quickly. So they were very supportive and collaborative.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lentz. Mr. Grant?
Thank you. First, I want to say that I am very appreciative of how much thought has gone into this. This must be incredibly challenging for the athletic directors and the school leadership to come up with something on the fly for a situation that may have gotten out of control. I'm very heartened to see the collaboration between the schools and the rival departments. I think that speaks well to the teams that we have in place here. So thank you for what you all have done thus far. and I'll just end with maybe more of a rhetorical question for all of us, that can we please try to communicate these things better? And that includes us here on the board who speak to the public as much as anybody else. But I think if the public had heard a lot of what was going on, what we've heard here tonight, there'd be a far greater understanding of the challenges that were presented and acceptance of the solution. So I'll take some ownership of that, and I hope everyone here does too, that this was communicated badly, and we just can't afford to have these own goals, if I may use a sports metaphor for a sports discussion. We just can't afford to have these own goals with the public for things that we can control, like what information is disseminated. So I just hope that, one, there aren't any more incidents like this. Obviously, I hope that we can take care of it. But if things happen again, that we can just communicate better about what's going on and why and what the plan is. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Grant. Next, we're going to turn to Ms. Bryden. Ms. Bryden, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I want to echo gratitude for all the hard work and collaboration that has clearly gone into trying to figure out a way to deal with this really challenging situation. My question is, as I was listening to the discussion, I was thinking also about, a couple of board meetings ago, the presentation and the conversation around discipline data and next steps in that arena. And so my question for this group today has to do with, I think that, the consequence of not being able to attend meetings for the people who were behaving badly is appropriate. I'd be very interested to hear what we are doing to help those students get the skills and the tools that they need to be more successful in the future.
And Dr. Ahmed, I know you spoke a little bit to that, so can you maybe get a little bit more detailed?
Yeah, so we had students who were involved from dating side, a circle that we talked about what happened. And we also, some of them actually reached out to the other students from other schools that they had the conflicts with, and some apologies were made. Also, there was some commitment of how we move forward, as well as also we are tapping into the community. So we will have some guest speakers meeting some of the students, talking to them about specific areas that they need support with. So yes, we started to work with these students and get the supports that they need.
Thank you. And just as a quick follow-up, I don't want to put you on the spot, so I apologize, but I'm curious to know whether you feel as though that was successful. And I guess where I'm going is, if hopefully that effort will yield really good results, does that sort of tie into an ability to, as we were talking about before, to make this a temporary policy? Do you feel as though we're moving strategies like that are going to help us be successful to be able to have students attending in the future?
Definitely. I believe that it is always students and any students and what they can do, and that they can, meet our expectation and expectations, and they can exceed. So I have that hope in our students, and they need the structures and this service actually at this time, that really to think about these platforms and building these platforms to discuss about what happened and how we move forward. So it's not, to me, it's not a punishment per se that we stop this. It's a time that to reflect and engage students and the community to move forward in a much better way that we can engage our and enjoy together.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Bryden. Ms. Bilyeu.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I'm a bit tired. I'm just wondering if I can get some clarification around, I guess, the overall issue. I'm wondering if this is like a I guess, a sense of behavioral problems that are too violent for the schools to deal with, or is it more of like more supervision? Like if, for example, if culture keepers were like, if a process like culture keepers was able to be created and more volunteers or supervision was provided, do you guys think that would be addressing the issue? So is the issue supervision, or just the behavioral issues are too violent for the schools to deal with?
I'll start just briefly, and then others feel free to weigh in. So thank you for the question. I was thinking about this in the last, and Board Member Bryden's question as well. I think the interventions that, like Dr. Ahmed, named there, and I know similar measures have taken place, with the Portland High students, that we've been able to manage with those individuals. I think, there is a broader set of issues at play here because it's been different groups of students. It's not like the same students each time that have engaged in these behaviors. So I do think it is a broader issue that will require a variety of strategies to be able to have an impact. Supervision, we know from our classroom teaching all the way through to school management, supervision and known trusted adult presence always makes a difference. So I think we can continue to grow that. We have to be mindful of how far and wide our administrators are stretched in terms of being able to do this work and support all of the events that we do have. So I think that is part of the solution. And I think we need to be engaging in some broader conversations because these are things that are happening, after school hours in the vicinity, connected to our school events. And we know that there are issues like this happening in the community as well, that aren't connected to sports and that spill into our schools. So I think, we have a leadership role to play in engaging students and families in the community around issues of I would describe it as community violence, that, is happening. So I think in respect to the sports piece, supervision, increased supervision is a part of the strategy, but I don't think wholly sufficient. And we recognize that, as a community and as a community school district, that fostering these kind of conversations and raising the visibility of this is, another element to that strategy to continue to figure out together, how to support students and, students and families within the broader community.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I think that is really important to point out that, or I guess maybe you didn't essentially lead to this, but you did point it out that community violence exists everywhere. And I think it's something to plan long-term for and not see it as this sudden burst of violence, but just the sense that when you're dealing with a diverse group of community or a diverse community, things arise, different issues arise. And I think it's just more of how do we continue to keep our schools safe? How do we continue to provide the resources to do that? And I really don't want people to see this as in a one-time violent issue type of thing. I think what you said really spoke to the aspect of we're dealing with a lot of different aspects of issues and we definitely need the space and time to address them. So I really appreciate that. The other question I had was specific to the police officers. I would like to know more about what their specific duties are when you guys are asking for their help. So can you describe their role when they're at these games? Are you aware essentially of what they're going to be doing there?
At Portland High School, I greet the two officers when they show up, and I basically have two requests for them. One is to just to be a presence around the stands and the periphery of the stadium, and then for me, where I have the most concern for student safety is when the game's over and everyone goes out in the parking lot. Sometimes it takes close to 45 minutes to an hour to get everyone to leave and go home. And there's huge crowds of people out there, and they're not at times very cooperative, at least when I don't know who they are. So the police officers and I go out in the parking lot with them, and we just start walking through the parking lot, just encouraging people to, to head home, and every week we encourage them, make sure you have a ride coming before the game's over so that they know, and trying to just get these big crowds to move. And then we kind of just work our way back and forth through the crowd. And I stay with the officers and, until we feel like it's really safe. And then I stay until the last student is gone from the parking lot.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I've been to a couple of those games and I know how hectic they can be. I'm wondering if if you know how often they've been going to these games?
The police officers?
Yep.
Yeah, we have two police officers on duty at every Portland High football game, but just the football games. I don't do it for soccer or field hockey or even hockey games. Just for football games.
Okay, and it's all season.
Yeah, we have four home games.
Oh, that's not too much.
Unless we make the playoffs,
do we also do it for basketball lands?
I haven't at the Expo. I felt pretty good with our security there, and so we haven't at the Expo. I know that maybe Michael has it at Deeren, and I think with big games, maybe it's not a bad idea.
And the last question, and then you'll be rid of me. Do they have the capacity to arrest students? So if something got really out of hand, would they have the authority to arrest a student?
As law enforcement officials, I believe they have the authority to arrest anyone who is breaking the law.
Yeah. I mean, but I think if that would depend, right? Because if it's I'm not going to argue law here, but I think I guess I'm talking for if a student got in a fight and an officer felt like he could arrest that student versus just breaking it up and letting the student go. I think that's kind of or like those type of situations. Because I think I'm bringing this up because I don't want us to recreate the same situation that we just took multiple sessions working to try to get rid of. And I've been to those games, so I totally understand the need for safety, but I also understand the capacity of a child losing or getting put into the prison pipeline for disorderly conduct or something that the district could easily deal with, or not easily, but could deal with without essentially having to go that route. So that's where my question is coming from.
And I don't think that we are in a position to answer your question effectively, but I would be happy to follow up with the Portland Police Department to get any arrest reports from anything that happened at a game, at any of our games over the last year. So that would have.
Well, I mean, I know what they're capable of doing. I'm just saying, if we're asking for their help, we have to be aware that there's a capacity for them to arrest children. That's what I know what their responsibilities are and their capacity. I'm just saying, are we prepared to deal with that if it comes to that? That's more of where my question is coming from.
Now, I would say the answer is yes. I don't exactly, I think that ultimately those are in the moment decisions that are being made. That's why I think, having data around whether any arrests have been made, and if so, for what reason, because I think that it would boil down to it's ultimately the officer's call that they would make, whether it's an arrest or whether it's a breaking up. And, I don't know off the top of my head what's happened. I have a ton of confidence in our Portland Police Department in, their ability to make good judgment calls on those issues. But that's just, that's my sense. And the only thing I can do is try to get you some data.
I mean, I guess I want us, I'm speaking, I guess, as the aspect of us being or honoring the policy that we enacted more of, I guess. But maybe I can follow up more with questions or where, I don't know, where I sound more direct, but
we'd be happy to discuss it further.
Okay.
From my experience, the police officers there, they're not in a hurry to try and arrest anybody. They more look at their role as supporting us. And if we can get situations under control, I've not, in my time here, so the last 2 years plus, I've never seen them arrest a student at one of our events. And there's been some certain amount of disrespectful behavior I've seen towards the Portland police. But I don't get the sense that they're in a hurry to arrest anybody.
Well, I don't think the issue is that, whether they want to do something or not, or whether they want to be aggressive about something. I think it's the possibility and the real danger for people's lives. I've been intimidated, harassed, and discriminated against by the Portland PD. And anybody can have any different, I guess, view or perspective of the police, but it's more about the mental health of those kids having to experience something they shouldn't, and really the capacity of them losing a lot. So I guess I'm coming from the aspect of, if we can avoid putting kids in a space where they have to deal with systematic racism or potentially deal with that type of discrimination at such a young age, I wouldn't want any child to have to deal with that. So that's where I'm coming from, not necessarily that they're great people or that they might not want to do something today or tomorrow. So I hope that gives some perspective, but I'll just continue to communicate. And I really appreciate what you all are doing. I know it's hard to really create safety in those spaces, and I'm welcoming any conversation to do it as a community where we're all involved and we can all work together to actualize that without really needing to rely on, systems that are oppressive.
Thank you so much, Ms. Biliu. Ms. Bondo.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chair. I have a question for the next steps strategies. When I see the attendance, maybe I just want to get a little clarification. What are we expecting? If I see the adoption engagement or the other bullets, but what we waiting for, what we want to see improved before we can, change those actions, steps to have those school joining different games. And if we saw what's the length of those different evaluation, are we going to evaluate each game? So what those strategy can be put in place?
Well, I mean, I guess I'll answer that. I think, it's important for the board to understand, for the community to understand that these are, difficult decisions. We need to do a better job of communicating them. But at the same time, on any given day, if we have, information that we need to do something about a particular event or activity, we need to have the ability to do that. And in my capacity as the chief executive, I make those calls and I live with those calls. So, I think what our team has said today is that they look at this as, something that they wanted to get through the regular football season with. And so, that is, I believe, one more game at this point. So that's all And then they are engaged in thinking about what are the different ways to move going forward. And that could include extending this into the playoff season or not, depending on, what their sense of the situation is. So, I don't want to make a commitment today that we are going to, start allowing students to from all schools to go to our games. As you saw in those bullets, we're considering a number of things, including those programs, including the possibility of moving games to a time where it's just less, problematic because, it's not at night, on a Friday when people don't have to get up on Saturday and things along those lines. So we're looking at all of those options, and I want to give our team the ability to make those decisions based on the information that they have on the ground. As I think they made abundantly clear, they work their tails off to ensure that, we have safe spaces for our students to enjoy. And, that's what they live for. That's what they work for. And they will continue to do that. And that, they have every desire to have as many students as possible attend games. And we just need to be able to do it in an environment that we feel is safe. And I have a tremendous amount of confidence in their ability to continue to engage and to think through what are those options. As you've heard, they've been already productively engaged with each other, engaged with, students and colleagues across the area. And they will continue to do that to make sure that we can, come, the next decision point, have as many students as possible in the games.
All right, thank you. And is anywhere on some of those bullets also adding maybe some of the community engagement and or maybe some parents groups can have their voice be heard, maybe look at so different, because that's open up, space for parents and community stakeholder to make sure that, we're building those safety, all of us together, and also, improving the communication as well. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Mondo. Board Member Burke.
Thank you, Chair. I'll go two ways. First, I have some questions for administrators in part. I'm looking at Ms. Chase's email, knowing that folks can't ask questions right now from the audience. I know a number of these questions have been answered, at least to my ears, so hopefully you'll bear with me while I just narrow down on a couple questions. In particular, just wanted to clarify that it was said already that there weren't recurring actors in these incidents, that it was different students involved in each incident. I think Assistant Superintendent Townsend spoke to that earlier. Is that correct?
Aaron or Lance and principals, I believe that's true, but I don't have the specifics to the same level that you all do.
So, some recurring and lots of non-recurring.
Oh, okay. Thanks for clarifying. And I wasn't clear from some of the timeline notes that were students or families giving any notice during the school year that there could be a change coming due to the increase of safety incidences that were occurring?
No, this was, the result after those two significant incidents of change. So no, there had not been. So.
Okay. Thanks for clarifying that. Thanks for the ownership of the process and communication for what could go better. I'm also grateful to see that, I think we all read a newspaper article and we're like, see, we could do that and we could do that and we could do that. And those are in your bullet. So I appreciate that y'all are looking at all these alternatives in addition to this interim intervention. And I really do hope that it is. But before I kind of overrepresent my own point of view, or from the few people I've heard, I'm just curious if I could look over to the students and just ask what your experience has been, particularly, what's your sense of safety based on these incidents, and then what's the impact of this rule been on you so far? That would be very helpful for me to hear.
I don't go to too many football games, but I've never felt in danger there. I mean, I can think of, I've only been to one this year, and I don't remember the team they were against. It wasn't a team that was in this district, but I mean, me and my friends were playing music, and kids from the other team, from the other team like came up to us and started dancing with us. I've never felt in danger at a football game, so I guess I can't exactly comment on that.
Just one thing I want to say is I think that keeping like the goal that I think we all generally have of sort of like having the whole district, all three schools kind of feel comfortable with each other and be kind of unified in our heads is something that is important to me. I don't really go to too many like sports games, so I can't really speak on the environment there, but I think having the option from a school that doesn't have sports teams, to be able to go to that and be with like people my age and experiencing that is something that I like. So yeah, I don't know, that's my input.
I like Mr. Alzamili don't go to very many football games, but I went to the Turkey Bowl last year and it was a lot of fun. I knew a lot of people from Portland and I didn't feel unsafe at all. It was just a fun experience. And I'll probably go this year and hopefully it'll be the same.
Similar to everybody else, I haven't attended a lot of football games this year. Last year I went to a lot of Deering football games. I can't remember an incident last year where I didn't feel safe at a Deering football game, or I went to a couple Portland ones as well last year. Don't remember anything happening there either. The only thing I can remember was out of another district and a basketball game I watched on my ride back home from my basketball game, and I was very concerned. But that wasn't anything that involved our district. I think if this were basketball season, because I love basketball, I would be really upset because I like supporting people I know. And yeah, I know a lot of people over at Portland, and I think it would be really disappointing because we're all talking about this idea of being one district and not being able to support friends is just it really makes me upset. And I think going on to the homecoming topic as well, it's kind of unfortunate that it's gotten to that point as well, but safety first. So
I agree with what Natalie said. Sorry, I know her name is just brain fart. And I remember earlier today in your board report, you mentioned that you were building the community, Mr. Botana. But I'm asking, like, what community can be built in these conditions where you can't even visit like another game? You can't see your friends from other schools. I think like it's taking away a lot.
Well, I deliberately used the example of what we've been trying to do with Presumscott Watershed Project to sort of lead into the fact that we've taken those steps and now we've removed the ability at the high school to do the same things of what I believe should be formative common experiences. But because of these behaviors, because of all of the things that you heard today, we've had to remove that. And clearly it's not the desired state. It's where we currently are.
And I just had one more question. I don't know if you're able to answer it. Are Casco Bay kids still allowed to go to like say homecoming, for example? Like,
guys, you want to answer that for me?
Other school dances?
They're allowed to go to there. I don't know the answer to this, so I need you guys to please answer it.
Yeah, for the homecoming dances, we are not allowing guests from any high school to go to our homecoming dances. So Portland kids can't go to Casco dance, and Casco kids can't come to our dance. And same with Deering.
Thank you all for sharing your perspective. It's helpful, and I think you hit it on the head with your question and your explanation of that this all isn't in the spirit of where we hope to be as a city and as a school district. So just to those. I heard at some point, looking for some comment direction, and I don't think this is new, that I think there's an interest to move past this intermediate intervention as quickly as possible and to get to this place that we want to be with our students being able to support each other, and whether that includes activities like the Culture Keepers, which is interesting to me, seeing it's been around for over a decade, it looks like. And if that's done in partnership, particularly with our multilingual families, I get a little activated because I think of Oath Keepers really quickly. And I just want to make sure we don't create some sort of other problem with, how we're policing our own community. But the positive game environment and keep the focus on the game environment seems kind of hard to corrupt. But anyway. And I'm supportive of the changing the game times. That seemed like that had positive effect in other places, and these other things that we could try beyond the changing of just barring people from attending. In terms of the dances, I'm a little confused as to, I understood that the dance policy predated this, and then it was announced again at this time. So it just kind of conflated this sense that we can't be together, but it also just highlighted a contradiction that if part of the issue is that we don't have relationships, but a student is inviting another student to a dance, it would seem there's a relationship intact in the room that would help buffer against this issue that safety is becoming an issue when there's not a relationship in the space. So I just ask us to think about that as well as perhaps a contradiction in our thinking.
Thank you, Board Member Burke. And Board Member Youssef.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to echo what my colleague said, and I appreciate the collaborative and the effort and the thought that we are putting to make sure that every student go home safely. I have one question about, do we have your experience, are these type of incident happened before, and where these incidents involve social media activities that you may think kind of fool the intensity of the activities that happen?
Some of the incidents certainly were amplified by social media, if I understood the question correctly.
Thank you. Mr. Youssef, did you have other questions?
Thank you so much. I really appreciate the work that everybody's putting into this collective effort. And as Mr. Johnson mentioned, that we need every student to go home safely. So we will find a solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Youssef. Just also with an eye to the clock, I want to move us along, but I had a couple of quick questions. One is, I'm wondering about the policy of allowing Casco students to attend events at the different high schools with a parent, or a legal guardian, but not allowing Deering and Portland students to attend events at other high schools with a parent or guardian. If you can explain that decision a little bit more, I'd appreciate that. Mr. Townsend or one of the ADs?
I think that came from the Casco Bay perspective, their administration. So I'm not sure why that's different for Casco Bay than it is for Deering and Portland students. I don't know if Derek's here or Scott.
I just encourage us to consider, if a student is attending with a parent or legal guardian, enabling them to attend events at other schools. My second question is about the exiting of events, because it seems like that is the real trouble spot. And I'm wondering if there are alternative ways to manage people leaving events that might enable us to maintain safety for everyone involved without the same limitations we're talking about.
we had a lot of success last winter, basketball games at the expo, and we had big crowds. We would take our kind of student section and have them go out one exit and have the other student section go out another exit, and then just try and be present in the parking lot. So that seemed to work well. So I don't at Fitzpatrick Stadium, everyone kind of goes out into the same big parking lot. So I think just having supervision out there at the time helps a lot.
Thank you.
Yeah, during events for football at Memorial, we've changed our pattern of entry and exit, and it seems to work well for football this fall. And it's a little more easier to control the flow of people. It still doesn't necessarily prevent people gathering in the parking lot across the street because it's such a large area. So that's always something we're adding supervision to, because the lighting over there could be a little bit better as well, but it's also a gathering spot because it's such a large area. But it seemed this fall, the entry and exit for football has been managed better and has worked out. We definitely need to come up with a strategy for basketball season, because everyone funnels out of our gym into one area, and it's difficult to manage. And so I've talked to Lance about things they've done, and we've talked about different ways to manage the crowd during basketball season.
Thank you so much. And then my last question is just about communicating with the community and whether we plan additional communications to help the community understand how we arrived at this decision. So the community is better informed and also understands that our intention is for it to be a temporary policy, and to help create some expectations about what's gonna come next. Because right now, I think there's a lot of concern, as we heard from the students and others who spoke at the start of our meeting, and that uncertainty is hard to deal with, because yes, we do really want to be one city, and we want to come together and support each other, and so having some sense of the expectation, I think, would be really helpful moving forward.
Yes, we will do that.
Thank you. All right, Superintendent, do you want to close this section out at all?
Just to say thanks to the team. I think you saw that this is a group of folks that are incredibly hardworking, devoted, and committed to creating sense of community, and are as frustrated and sort of at their wits' end, and that's how we got to this place, but committed to continuing to look at ways that we can, continue to provide those experiences. So just thanks to the team. I know you guys are running between games and activities and all that. So thank you for making the time and pulling together all of the information that you did for this presentation. So thank you.
And if I can just mention to members of the public who are here tonight and who are listening, we do meet next Tuesday again for our full board meeting, and there will be an opportunity for public comment at the very start of that meeting. So I know there was a desire to speak tonight after hearing this presentation, and you will have that opportunity at the start of our next meeting. So thank you so much to the full team for helping us understand the situation and to walk through the thinking, and thank you for all of your work. And with that, we are going to move to the report of the secretary. Consideration and action to approve the meeting minutes of September 20th, 2022. Is there a motion? Ms. Russell-Better, seconded by Ms. Bondo. Are there questions on the motion? So this is our meeting minutes from our last meeting. Seeing none, I'm going to move to public comment. So this is public comment specifically on our meeting minutes from our last meeting on September 20th. Don't see any public comment on our meeting minutes. I'm going to close public comment and move to board discussion. Is there any board discussion on our meeting minutes? Seeing none, By roll call vote, please indicate whether you support approving the minutes from our last meeting on September 20th, 2022. Mr. Superintendent, will you please call the roll?
Yes, Chair. Ms. Bondo?
Yes.
Mr. Burke?
Abstain.
Ms. Russell-Better?
Yes.
Ms. Bilyeu?
Yes.
Ms. Bryden?
Yes.
Mr. Youssef?
Abstain.
Ms. Lentz?
Yes.
Mr. Grant?
Yes.
Ms. Ellis?
Abstain.
Mr. McLaughlin?
Yes.
Mr. Alzamili?
Yes.
Ms. Santiago?
Yes.
Ms. Diu?
Yes.
And Chair Victor.
Yes. So the minutes are approved by a vote of 7-0 with 2 abstentions from our board members not present at the last meeting. And then the students were voted with the majority, again with 1 abstention. Now we are on to consent items, donations made to the schools. Mr. Superintendent, could you please speak to this item?
Yes, Chair. Under Board Policy KCD, the school board accepts by unanimous consent contributions made to the school district. As required by the policy, all of the donations are listed in the board agenda under this item. Our practice is for each donor to receive a written contribution acknowledgement, expressing our heartfelt gratitude as well as for their tax purposes. I would like to thank the generous contributors to the Portland Public Schools who have made donations of durable goods, goods of substantial value and historical or commemorative significance, including for Ocean Avenue Elementary School, which received snacks for students from the Trinity Episcopal Church of Portland, also received math manipulatives from Ryan and Reagan Hedstrom of Portland. Gerald Talbot Elementary School received classroom supplies from Subaru of New England from Norwood, Mass. Portland High School received gift certificates to Hannaford to purchase food for students from April and Dennis Noonan of Portland, and the district received bike helmets for students from the Kiwanis Club of Portland. And as always, I would like to thank our many contributors for their generosity and support. And next, we're scheduled for our quarterly update on the impactful work of the Foundation for Portland Public Schools. And so I will turn it over to Foundation Executive Director and Viceman Summers.
Okay, thank you very much. I think I'll leave this video off because the angle of that doesn't work. But great. So it's wonderful to be here, as it always is. I do have a few slides to share, so I'm going to share my screen. Great. So I believe my last, it's quarterly is kind of a loose term because I believe my last time attending was back in April. So a few quick updates from what's happened since then. Our annual report went out via mail and email at the end of August, and I did bring a stack of them. They're at the round table in the back if anyone would like one in person. That shows our full list of donors other than anonymous donors from last year and highlights some of our work. But one of the things I did want to draw your attention to is a graphic from that image that just shows how much our impact in the schools has been growing over the last few years. This year, we raised $1.75 million to benefit the Portland Public Schools. Another thing that happened this year in the spring is that we premiered our first video introducing the work of the foundation. And I'd like to share that with you all now. It's about 3 minutes long. And let's see.
Community investment in schools is not just about the resources, but it's also about all of the hopes, the dreams, the ideas, the energy, the passion of our community coming together to support our schools.
What excites me is it's a group of parents and community members and community leaders getting together to support teaching and learning initiatives.
Really, it's teacher-driven, kid-driven, and really we use their requests and we listen to the teachers and students and try to help fund programs that they'd like to see in their school. Our teachers don't have enough time to be
going after grants and trying to access money from different sources. And so the foundation is the go-to for us to be able to do that.
Personally, I get help from Poland Public School. They pay my rent, they pay my internet bills.
Para recibir las clases desde casa, entonces se gastaba más energía eléctrica, todo heater, porque había que permanecer más horas en la casa. La ayuda vino a amortiguar, entonces eso afectó, no sé ni cómo decir que afectó bastante a todo el mundo. Gracias.
When I was really young, I never saw like actors that looked like me or teachers or astronauts. I've had my first Black teacher actually very recently, and that felt very new and good for me.
We're an urban school that's working for our kids and working for a diverse population of kids.
We know how important it is for teachers to be supported, to go the extra mile for kids in school.
From field work that all of our students in elementary schools are able to go and experience, as well as the curriculum itself, and making sure that our teachers feel prepared to deliver rich next-gen curriculum.
If we can give them experiences that they might not get at home here in school, I think makes a big difference in their life.
So the foundation is an important source of innovation. It's a source of resources.
We got a full range of stakeholders here working for kids that are demonstrably better in their lives.
If you care about your community, helping the schools is a great way to give back.
Great. Should mute that. Okay. So we're hoping that will serve as an introduction to some of the work of the foundation. Oop, wait, I think I need to put this back. Thank you. Hang on. Shoot. There we go. Sorry about that. Technical difficulties. I need to get this on. All right. I guess that's there. Okay. Sorry, I was going to try to get that on full screen again. I'm not sure why it's not there. Anyhow, that video we're hoping will be an introduction to the community, to businesses, to others that kind of explain what we're doing. We're also redoing our website, much like the district, and the video will be prominent on our new homepage, which should be up quite shortly. We're hoping within this month. We have a few other updates to share this fall. We did welcome 4 new board members to the foundation this year. Nate Adekoya, who's a student at Portland High, Mira Vanderzee, who's a student at Casco Bay. Our student board member from Deering, Naomi Mayavanga-Maku, is staying a second year, so she is still on the board. And then 2 new community members, Morgan Meyer of P3 Video and Nate Henry of Bangor Savings Bank. We also reactivated our summer innovation grants that were last given, I believe, 3 or 4 years ago. So this summer, 12 teams of teachers, ed techs, and other staff collaborated on a range of different planning, new initiatives, innovations, and just work they needed for this year. And the foundation was able to pay stipends to those teachers for that work. So that was exciting to have a second round of grants this year. Our fall innovation and equity grants that we've been running every year for decades, the applications are open now and the deadline is tomorrow. So we've increased our budget for this program. The video said $50,000. This fall we're planning to disperse $60,000. I suspect already from the number of applicants in today, we won't be able to fully fund every application, but we'll hope to fund as many as we can. Those decisions will be made by the end of this month. I think you've all heard already that we launched the mobile makerspace, which was exciting. The creation and outfitting of that amazing resource was fully funded by the foundation's outreach to the community. So that was a big accomplishment for us as well as for the district and elementary school students. And then finally, I typically take this time to thank donors since the last report. So we had 208 individual donors from when I was here in April until September 30th when we ran those numbers. So those 208 donors, who are too many to list now, donated a total of $41,426. They can make general donations or donate to any of the different funds that I've listed up there on the screen. I don't think I need to repeat them all, but I thought I would share them because it shares kind of the breadth of the work that the foundation works on. I do like to thank and shout out the business donors to the foundation, who are, of course, donating to the Portland Public Schools. So in the summer or fall, that's Envirologics through their parent company, Ensign Bickford, Mascoma Bank, Benchmark Real Estate, Generac, Unum, Flatbread, Greenbacker Group, and Coffee by Design. Then this is the list of foundation grants that have come in the summer and in the fall. Too many for me to read, but they're here and in board docs if you're interested. And that's it. Brief, because I know we've had a long discussion already. Are there any questions?
Thank you so much, Andy.
Yep.
What questions do board members have for Andy? Ms. Bondo.
Thank you so much for your presentation. And I'm all the time a fan of the foundation and the work that you're doing. And just want to congratulate for adding students on the board, because we really need their voice to be heard. And two questions on the family in crisis. When we are allowing the funds to help families just on those basic needs, and how long we are helping those families? Just one time, or it's been planned for?
So we set a limit of a maximum of $1,000 per family per school year. Okay. So that can be one single payment, but sometimes we'll make several payments on the behalf of family if they don't, until they add up to $1,000. We had initially set $1,000 total, but because some of our very vulnerable families need more help, we reset it each July 1st of every year.
So who decides those needs? Who's planning those needs?
Yeah, so there's a set of criteria to qualify, and basically it's for housing, it's for utilities, medical supplies, sometimes transportation or other basic supplies. So on occasion it's been like a space heater for a house, or like something that we kind of put in that other category. But it's run through the family community specialists, through multilingual and social workers. So they use the criteria. And then there's one person on behalf of social workers, that's Melissa McStay, and one person on behalf of the family community specialist, that's Maureen Clancy. The requests that are identified by anyone on those staffs go to those two individuals, who put them into a tracking sheet for us with kind of the invoices, the bills, and then the foundation directly pays to the creditors. So we don't give money directly to families. We would pay the landlord, directly with the rent when we have an invoice for that, or we would pay Central Maine Power for a month of heating or something like that.
Can we, maybe that's a follow-up to my email, to have at least the top one on those needs, because it's really helping to understand what most of families are going through, and what kind of impact are we putting with those support to help them to navigate those kind of challenges. Because sometimes we know then, okay, we have more homeless students, we have more issue with the internet. So all those areas, if we can just, if I can have some breakdown to see the top.
Absolutely. And I'm realizing now that I did provide that to the school board, but it's probably been over a year and I'm overdue to do it again. And so I will. We track all of that. We track demographics of who receives help, the number of people in the household, each household, the number of people who are Portland Public Schools students, including Portland Adult Ed, and then what kind of help they received. And we need that to provide the funders, like the foundations who pay for much of this, as well as individual donors. So we have it all. It's just a matter of, running a report on it. And I would be happy to do that.
Thank you so much. And my last question, when I look at the grant foundation, I see here, some of them, like a Portland Empower, we are just the sponsor of fiscal, right? So it's not.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we're the fiscal sponsor, although we have really moved to using the language that Portland Empowered is a program of the foundation. We're their fiscal sponsor, but the language of our fiscal sponsorship, it basically is aligned with our mission. And so Pius Ali, their director, is fully autonomous in terms of their programmatic priorities. Right. But we consider their work to be part of the foundation's work.
Just bear with me one more question. For the summer innovation grants, we just reactivate. So I think maybe the superintendent can just give me an answer. So the one the team has planned for the language support to the newcomers, those have been done. Those curriculum being applied during summer, or is going to be applied to the current year?
Yeah, it's for this year. So that was a team, and I don't have the team members in front of me, but that was, an example of a team. They did the planning and collaboration this summer, and our funds paid for the staff members' time to do their planning that is either being implemented now or about to be implemented.
So those are individual teachers.
Yeah, they were all teams. It was no single individual. So it's, teams of between 2 and 10 teachers each received grants.
All right. Yeah. So the last one for the Fall Equity Innovation Grant, it's just for the district, or we open up to outsiders?
For the fall grants, just for staff members. Okay. It's not just teachers, it's anyone who works directly with or benefits students. So librarians, school nurses, social workers, ed techs are all eligible, but you do have to be a Portland Public School staff member.
Perfect. Thank you so much, and job well done. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Bondo. Are there other questions from the board? Board Member Burke.
Just gratitude. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Mr. Burke.
Yes, Board Member Russell Better.
Thank you. I just wanted to specifically say thank you for the presentation, but also my excitement about the mobile maker space and seeing it at my daughter's school in the parking lot and it being a conversation. And I got to talk to Brooke Teller a little bit about it today to learn even the flexibility of the use of it in our buildings that are being renovated was pretty cool to just hear about how kids are going to be able to access that exciting, stimulating learning. So I'll be excited to hear my third graders experience this week of using it. So
that's
just really excited about that.
Thanks.
So thanks.
Okay, I don't see any more questions. So Andy, thank you so much. Thank you for
Sorry, I
all
have a
you
question.
do. And I'm so sorry, Nyla, I did not.
It's okay. I just put it up.
Okay, please go ahead, Miss Billiard.
So sorry, Andy, for the last minute request. I have 2 questions, and you might have already addressed this. You said that you were going to bring more information about homelessness. I think I heard that.
Well, more information about what we've been using the Families in Crisis Fund for. So we certainly do sometimes use it for families that qualify as McKinney-Vento families, but not always. And I don't always have the data if a beneficiary qualifies in that way or not. Sometimes we know that, but sometimes we don't.
Okay,
Yep.
that's good to know. Thank you.
Yep.
And then how is the foundation helping center equity or equitable advocacy other than re-granting to staff?
Yeah. A lot of, we're certainly trying in our own processes and, decisions we make to keep an equity lens. But I would say a major focus of all of our efforts and our time have been aligned with the equity pieces of the Portland Promise. A huge piece of it has been around diversifying staff. So, our piece in that is seeking community support. And over the last year, we got funding from New Schools Venture Fund that pays for a big piece of what Julia Hazel's work is around elevating educators and supporting ed techs. We brought in the funding from the Barr Foundation and TNTP to do the data analysis of recruiting and hiring staff. And I'm part of the team that meets with them every other week to kind of analyze that and move that work forward. And then the other big thing we did last year is we raised $200,000 for the Wabanaki Film documentary project for the Wabanaki Studies Unit. We're working to diversify school libraries. We just got a $4,000 grant from Mascoma Bank. So I would say, a major piece of our communications and efforts to bring in community support are around equity, around, HR issues, curriculum issues, and kind of culture of the schools.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, thanks for answering.
I just want to piggyback on that to just preview the fact that at our meeting next week, the board focus is going to be looking at our career pathways, particularly our BIPOC pathways and all of the work that we've been doing in human resources. So that is going to be our board focus for next week's meeting. And I just, want to take a moment to, just highlight the fact that Andy has been an incredible partner on so many fronts, but this is one area in particular where, she's brought incredible passion and dedication. And, the things that she just talked about, those are unprecedented resource streams for the district that would not have been possible without, Andy rolling up her sleeves and doing the work that went into that with our team. So, the foundation is an incredible partner, and under Andy's leadership has really embraced this notion of how do we support the work that the district is trying to advance. And I'll also point out, I know Ms. Bondo mentioned adding students. That is also an innovation that Andy brought to the foundation. So incredibly grateful for your leadership on so many things, and particularly around those issues.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Superintendent, and thank you, Andy. This work is always when you come and do these reports, just bringing it all together and helping us see the full picture of what you're accomplishing and how you're accomplishing it. Yes, lots of gratitude. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you for having me.
Okay, and now we're on to our board focus on educational issues. We're doing a data deep dive on the 2021 parent and student survey results. Mr. Superintendent, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair. And tonight's board focus is and after I wrote this over the weekend and now I just said what I said, it's not quite our final data dive of the season because we will have significant amount of data in next week's presentation as well, but it's sort of billed as our final data dive of the season. We're looking at the results of our annual student survey and family surveys. These surveys were put in place, as many board members will recall, to gauge the extent to which we're meeting specific metrics that were set out in the Portland Promise equity and whole student goal. So as part of the presentation today, we'll be sort of looking at where we are in relation to the baseline that was set at the time that we started the Portland Promise. So we're going to start with a little bit of information about both of the surveys. So the student survey is, a climate survey. It's something that we actually have been refining over the years. And as you'll see, the data is available both by school and by grade concentration. Although for today's purposes, we're focusing on the latter. We're doing district as a whole and grade spans. So elementary, middle, and high school. But we also obviously have, and the schools have, their individual school data. We're going to focus on two items because they're the most directly related to the Portland Promise metric that I referred to earlier. And those are, about school safety and about connection to, meaningful connection to a caring adult in school. And you'll see that we disaggregate the responses by race, by special education, and English language status of the student respondents. The survey is a little bit different at each of the grade levels. So the elementary grade survey has 11 questions. The middle school was expanded this year. So it's the longest that we've ever administered. It's 36 questions. And again, we're focusing on the same concepts, but the way in which those questions are asked is slightly different in each of the surveys. And the high school survey, this included 9 questions. I also do want to point out that our middle schools and high schools also took the Maine Integrated Health Youth Survey. That's a large longitudinal survey that's administered actually across the country, and that our schools have participated in for a long period of time. And, we did not analyze the data for this survey, but broadly it is largely consistent with our data. One of the major concerns that we have with our ability to use the MIHYS is that we can't disaggregate it in the same way that we can for our own survey, because we don't have individual student information. So you can at the county level, but not at the district level. The parent survey that we're also going to be talking about today is, again, something, this one we've been administering consistently since 2018. The data is available by school and by school levels, and also disaggregated for families that responded in English or in another language. And this survey, for those of you who are parents and may have taken it, you'll know that this is a 7-question phone survey that's administered generally in conjunction with the parent conferences at our schools in the spring. So we're going to talk a little bit about who took the survey. So this slide gives you an idea of the level of response to the student survey. Very strong at the elementary and middle school, and a little shakier at the high school level. That's something that we will strive to improve on. We're going to start by talking a little bit about the high school data. So these are the 9 questions, and the 2 that we're talking about are the last 2 questions. School is a place at which I feel safe, and I know an adult at school that I can talk to when I need help. And so, as I mentioned, what we're doing for this is, for each of those questions, looking at it from the perspective of both, sort of the overall response, and then broken down by race, broken down by students who are English language learners, were English language learners or never were, and also students who have been identified with a disability or not. And so here you can see that in general, our high school students, roughly, 90% of them feel safe, 85% of them feel safe at school. And that is not universally consistent, but, not huge disparities. For our purposes, we also provide the question I prefer not to answer. And you can see that Asian and students who identify as Asian and Black were most likely to use that category. And so, those are the 2 groups where you have the smallest numbers of students who say that they feel consistently safe at school. When you look at our English language learners, again, we disaggregate this by students who are currently identified as EL, students who were at one time and have since exited, and students who are never EL. And you can see that first group, students who are EL, were the most likely to report that they did not feel safe at school. And the same, general response rate is true for students who are identified as having a disability. So in general, those are, 2 groups that we need to probe further and understand what it is that we can do to help them feel safe at school. Next is looking at whether students have somebody at school that they feel that they can connect with when they need to talk to somebody, and specifically an adult at school. And you can see that overall, we have a large percentage of our students, and I think it's somewhere in the neighborhood of 12% that say that they do not have a adult that they connect with at school. But you can again see that that number is not consistent. And in this particular case, our students who are multiracial, our students who identify as Black, are the ones that in general feel that they do not have an adult at school that they can connect with on a regular basis. And the same is true when you look at English language learners. Both exited English language learners and English language learners are the ones who report having, fewer of them report having an adult that they can connect with at school. And again, in this particular case, there's a significant number of students who report that they rather not say that are identified as having a disability, but combined with the others, that is a significantly larger number than for students who do not have a disability. So now we'll move to the middle school, and you've seen a significant amount of this because we spent a considerable amount of time on this back in June after the student protests at the middle school. As I mentioned at the beginning, this is the most extensive survey that we administered. It's a 36 question survey in 6 different categories. School connectedness, which is generally how students feel about school. Peer social supports, which is, their relationship with other students at the school, as well as how they perceive other students being treated at school. And then cultural acceptance across both students and staff at schools. Then there's social civic learning, school safety, and order and discipline at the school. And in school safety and order and discipline is where the questions that we will focus on. So the question about feeling safe at school, the question about having an adult that they can talk with when they're at school. So first is, do our middle school students feel safe at school? And the data on that you can see here, and again, it's consistent with what we saw earlier with, particularly Black students feeling that they, have a significantly higher percentage of students who report not feeling safe at school. And, again, consistent with what you saw at the high school level, there is a significant percentage of students who are identified as English learners and students who are identified as having a disability who also are less likely than their counterparts who are not in those categories to report not feeling safe at school. And again, I think it's important to point out that there is that this is an area where there is a larger number of students at the middle school who do not feel safe at school than at the high school. And I know that that's also true in the MIHAS survey, where I believe 90% of high school students and only 70% of middle school students reported that they felt safe at school. Then to the question of whether they have an adult that they can speak to, here again, you see that there is a in general, 75% of, I think 70% of our students overall feel that they have an adult that they can speak to when they have a need at school, and that number is not uniform. And, I think our Asian and Black student numbers in particular jump out in this area. We obviously see that that's true for our Native American students, but that's a very small number of students overall. So it jumps just by having a couple of people that report that. And the same patterns are true for English language learners. Here, it's interesting to note that students who are exited EL are more likely to report that they don't have a adult that they can go to at school. And it is reassuring to see that this is not necessarily true for students who are identified as having a disability, that those students in general report actually, fewer of them report not having somebody that they can go to with their concerns. And then we'll move into our elementary students. Again, this is an 11-question survey, and the two questions that are reported that we report on are there's an adult at my school who will help me if I need it, and I feel safe at school. So questions 8 and 10 are the ones that we're going to focus on. So in terms of feeling safe at school, you can see that a surprising percentage of at least it was surprising to me to see this percentage. And I think we have a slide in here that shows that this is an area where the numbers have trended in the wrong direction at the elementary level. So a significantly higher number than what you would expect at the elementary level report not feeling safe at school. And, the similar and familiar patterns are true here with, African-American students in particular that report not feeling that they're safe at school, and the same being true for English language learners and students with disabilities. And in terms of having an adult that they can connect with at school, this is an area where, that our data is actually pretty strong for the elementary schools with, again, just, a higher percentage of students who identify as Black and multiracial that report not having an adult that they can connect with at school. And the familiar pattern that you've seen before with students who are identified as English learners and students who are identified as having a disability. And that's the overall report on the data for this year. This is what I was referring to earlier in terms of our Portland Promise whole student goal, which was, to increase the percent of students who feel safe, who believe there's an adult who cares about them and who perceive that they have habits and skills to manage relationships and self effectively. And so we've been tracking these metrics. I feel safe at school, and school is a place where there is an adult that I can turn to when I need. And you can see what the baseline was at the elementary level was 82.5%. So, combined between the two, 82 for one and 83 for the other. And then where we are today, where you can see that particularly that student safety data point that I referred to has dropped significantly in the past 5 years. And again, something that we need to better understand. At the middle school, you can see where we were at the time that we started and where we are today. So even though, as we reported, this an area in particular where, this doesn't hold true for all student groups, and that is an area for concern, we have seen a slight uptick in where we stand on both of those questions about safety and meaningful connection with a caring adult. And we did not have a original baseline, so we didn't go back and look at more recent surveys, but you can see that, again, that's an area, these two questions are two areas where our high school students reported, significant numbers of connection and a high degree of safety at our schools. So we're going to move to our parent survey, which is really about, how do we engage, communicate, and care, and show, our caring towards our students and our parents' perceptions of those. So this is a survey that we've been administering in its current form since 2019. So we have and are able to show you the longitudinal data for that. And you can see the yellow bar, which is the 2022 survey, and it gives you an idea of, where we are both in relation to the U.S. DOE pilot. So this is a survey that was developed and piloted by the U.S. Department of Education, and you can see where we stand in relation to the red bar, which is the pilot survey that was administered by the DOE, and then how our data has moved over the years. And you can see that in general, our data for this past year is, if not the lowest, it is certainly lower than it was in 2021 in this past administration. Although in most areas it's higher than it was, a couple of years ago. So we also, as I mentioned, administer this survey to families in other languages. And so one of the ways that we disaggregate the data is, by responses from families who are, who respond in a language other than English. And, this is an area where we're actually, proud of the outcome in terms of the number of respondents. I don't remember the data. I'm sorry, we should have included this in here, but it's somewhere, I think it's roughly 20% response rates, both for our overall participation and for the percentage of those responses that are families that choose to answer in another language. So we feel that this is fairly representative. And in general, the families that don't speak English report slightly higher, or in some cases, significantly higher, satisfaction with the work of the school district than our general population. So that's something to highlight and celebrate. And then just in relation to the overall, did we have it's next. Okay, sorry. So in terms of the general goals, the questions that we're looking at are: I feel welcome at the school. The school encourages me to be an active partner in educating my child, responding promptly to their questions and emails, and communicating information and procedures clearly. And so you can see the summary of those combining those metrics for the first couple of questions is 89%, and our target is 95%. So we're significantly below where our target is. And you can also see what you saw in the earlier bars, which is generally our performance is, sort of holding, except the portion about encouraging parents to be active partners in educating their child dropped a couple of points in this last year from the previous year. And last but not least, we have our sort of adapted net promoter scale for this question that we've been tracking. And, our net promoter score is a 41 for this particular. It was 49 in the previous, it was 49 in the previous year, so it's slightly down from that. So that's all, and we look forward to your question.
Thank you so much, Superintendent Batana. Appreciate all of the information. Okay, I'm looking to the board for questions. Ms. Santiago, please go ahead.
I saw that the high school participation was really low. And I think part of that, at least at Deering, was the miscommunication of like when or where it was available. If we had done it during advisory where everybody is in one place at the same time, I think that more people would have participated. That's just a suggestion.
Yeah, as I said, we didn't do a very good job with that. And we've had better response rates in past years. And I think we had significant amount of confusion about when it was administered and lots of different things going on. Last year was also the year in which high schools administered the MIHAS survey as well. So I think that like, are we doing it? Are we not doing it? Came into play with that as well. So,
okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Santiago. Ms. Bryden.
Thank you, Chair. I have a quick question about, and I apologize if you included this and I missed it, but I'm curious about response rates. So, for example, the data that is especially, that you were talking about that was especially interesting around parents that responded in a different language. Do we have a sense of, how many families in the district are in that category versus how many of those families responded? And then do we also have a sense of how many families are in the district that are English speaking and how many of those families responded? So it'll look at percentage of responses.
Yeah, we did not include the slide. I voiced it over and you might have missed it, but it was roughly 20% of our families, it was just over 20% response rate, and it was over 20% of the respondents who responded in in a language other than English, which I don't know if that makes it overrepresented and underrepresented, but I'm sure that Dr. Goodall knows that off the top of his head, or maybe not. So
we sort of have a rough idea, but
we have in general, we feel that it is a representative response of what we think is a representative response. I think we've administered family surveys predate my being in the district. And I think that, we've consistently been in the 20-some% response rate, which is considered strong for this type of a survey. And we have worked hard to get the response rate of our multilingual families up over the years. And so I think that is an area where we have seen an improvement in participation.
I see that Dr. Valenzuela is joining us from the beach somewhere.
Yes, from the beach. I just want to say that it's actually for this year, Javier, it is 25% for the district overall, and for multilingual families, it's 24%.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Valenzuela. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Ms. Bando.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I'm just wondering about the vision of the survey. I mean, what we try to achieve here. When we collect all those informations here, what's the goals? What we want to achieve, and using those metrics to move some of those areas of growth. When I see specifically from the middle schools. Because I saw is a lot of impact here. So
Yeah. So I think, in general, what these were goals that we set out when we articulated the Portland Promise. And so these were, and I still feel that they hold as value for telling us how we're doing as a district on these important, these important aspects of, connectedness to a caring adult, feeling safe in school, feeling welcome at school if you're a parent, feeling that the school district is responsive to your child and responsive to your needs as a parent. So that's what we're trying to achieve by tracking these data. The work that we do across the district is toward these goals. So, just letting us know whether we're making progress or, or not. I think that's the purpose of it.
So that's kind of a way to measure what we have putting in place, like policies, and then.
Yeah, that's not directly because we have not, for example, put in a policy per se that says, communicate clearly with parents and guardians. But the work that our schools do is focused on, continuing to provide clear information. And earlier, that's a, good or bad example, because earlier today you saw an example of, something where we didn't do a very good job of communicating clearly with, parents and guardians. And that will, I would venture to say for some people will be part of what they're thinking about when they answer that question in this year's survey.
The policies I was thinking about is the reporting policies, because when I look at the question, like if they have a help, if they need, I think that's what I saw here. If they have an adult who they can count on, and in case they need. So I think that's why I try to see the evaluation going also the way I see going to that piece of the implementation of the harassment policy, where we can evaluate also using those metrics.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably not going to, be the one that captures that, as much as like feeling safe at school, as opposed to having a caring adult. I think that having a caring adult from the very beginning is something that we, set out as the gold standard for what we do as a school district. And frankly, not, I look at our data and feel, that we've not really made much strides in that area. Okay. And, you see a little bit of an improvement on that in the middle school from where we started, but not, a huge improvement. And you also see that it's disparate across different groups. So there's still, a significant amount of work that needs to be done in that area.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bondo. There are other questions from the board. Ms. Russell-Better.
Thank you, Chair. Superintendent, I had a couple of questions about the elementary school data. Can I just clarify, this was the first year that was done? Was that captured? No. Yeah,
no, we've administered that survey for, a couple of things. It's been administered as part of Swiss, so we don't have access to the data in the same way, but the survey has been administered, I believe, for 4 years running at this point. Do you know that off the top of your head, Gavin? I know there's a slide that says that. Yeah, so it's been administered, but this is the first year that we've administered as opposed to Swiss administering it. And so we now have the ability to do some of the disaggregation and stuff that we've.
So in this slide, Superintendent, does that, I'm trying to close up on it, but does that capture those years? Well, I know you said you can't take it out of the
Yeah, we did not report longitudinal. Where we have longitudinal data for the parent survey, we did not report longitudinal data, primarily, if I understand this correctly, Gavin, because we don't have access to the individual student data, so we can't do the disaggregation that we are able to do when we administer the data.
Okay, thank you. So can you just help me understand for that age group how it's administered?
Third,
so literacy, like I'm just trying to picture how it's
third, fourth, and fifth grade.
It's just third, fourth, fifth. And so are they given it like electronically or paper? Like I'm just curious. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Because I'm guessing that.
Administered electronically.
Okay. Sure. That's some of those questions are, now I'm thinking about them language wise for that age. Just that's interesting to me. So I guess I just wanted to share that. I think sometimes it can be easy to maybe think about the data that we've seen for middle and high school and think that that has something to do with, developmentally the age or that peer. I mean, I'm just saying this generally, like that can maybe be tempting, but I just want to say this data is very alarming to me that we're seeing that at those young ages, those students are telling us that 27% of Black students sometimes or never have an adult who will help them. Like that's 1 out of 3 of our Black students. So I'm glad that we have that data now to really take that seriously. But I just have to say that's really alarming to me and concerning. And then the other piece that about not feeling safe, similarly concerning numbers. But I do think we're talking about that being a core basic, we want all students to feel that they're like that is a priority, right? So I guess it's a place to start that we have that. But I think I'm just putting in the context of, our middle school and high school students sharing their experiences. It just seems to me that it's very clearly starting very early on. So I think that's just a flag for us to say this is across the board, right? That we have students sharing. They don't have that. So I think that's all. Just, that's alarming.
Thank you, Ms. Russell-Better. Ms. Lenz.
I just have 2 comments, which is first to just remind us that we had 2 pandemics during the differences in this data, which surely in terms of the COVID and the racial uprising in this country. And I'm sure that impacted the way that students are feeling in their schools and communities. So just reminding us to take that into account doesn't mean that we shouldn't be alarmed and sad, but it's not solely, I believe, it's not solely our schools that are impacting these numbers. There's a tremendous amount of factors, right? And then also slide 24, like I just want to go back and like what a testament to our multilingual center. Like this is outstanding. I mean, couldn't we get participation even higher? Yes, but just like I think that this slide just needs a little bit more praise and recognition for the amount of work and not just top level, but the ways that those staff are really integrating into communities and supporting our families. So thank you, Multilingual Center.
Yes, and thank you so much, Ms. Lenz. Okay, Ms. Bill. I was going to go to Ms. Billiou. Is it building
sorry.
on?
I didn't know. No, I just wanted to respond.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, Ms. Billiou. I didn't know your hand was up. I just wanted to say thank you, Ms. Lentz, for that reframe, because I do think just thinking about relationships and the challenge of that in the couple of years of COVID, that is a great point. So I think maybe my takeaway to just step back from saying just being alarmed is to say it just says to me how much that foundational work now that we are in person full time to say that seems to me like one of the biggest priorities, right? Relationship in person for students. So thank you for just shifting it to that how do we go from here place. So okay, thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Russell-Better. Ms. Billiou.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just wondering, I guess speaking to what Aura said as well, and having had multiple relatives in some of the protests that arised, I'm just wondering if there is a possibility for us to do a study specifically for the Black students like we did for, or not a study, I guess a research to understand what some of the issues are they're independently facing, like we did for the Latinx students, to find out some of the issues that they were experiencing with the district. I'm wondering if that's possible.
The superintendent is shaking his head. Yes.
Yes. Can we do that? Because that's something that I personally think we need to, and I just would like to know what the steps are for that, because I mean, personally, I know that like I've had multiple barriers, you know, answering questions or answering them to where they would accurately depict my experience, I guess. Especially when I was in high school, I didn't have the capacity to articulate my experience or the oppression I was experiencing, or, you know, some of the realistic issues that I was I couldn't talk about them. I couldn't necessarily point them out because I was an ELL student. Even though I was getting out of ELL, I still didn't have the capacity to voice some of the concerns that I was experiencing. So I'm wondering if there's a capacity to do a more in-depth, and in research, I guess, to try to figure out like what, I guess, I mean, I think you understand my question.
Mm-hmm.
I think what Miss Billy is referring to is the sessions we did with the Latinx community earlier this year. I'm losing track of time. Last school year.
Mm-hmm.
And it does look like the superintendent is shaking his head quite a bit.
And I will work with Ms. Valenzuela with Dr. Valenzuela to figure that out.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Ms. Billiou. There are other, yes, Board Member Burke.
Thank you. A couple questions to the point about the things students have been dealing with. There's no qualification of safe on this survey, right? It could be a student felt they weren't safe due to COVID concerns as well as any other concern.
That's
right?
correct.
Okay,
yes.
Thanks. And then I just wanted to clarify Dr. Valenzuela's response that 25% of our total number of families responded and 24% of our total number of multilingual families responded.
I'm not sure that the latter part is true. I think that 24% of the answers were from multilingual families.
24%. I think it's 24% of the respondents are based on the number of total multilingual families. So it's 24% of the multilingual families responded.
So it is as I stated. Okay.
Yes.
And corrected.
Okay, great. So I appreciate that. That's pretty standard for any survey, that if you get 20 to 30% of an adult population to respond, but also would highlight that 75% of our families that we're not hearing from in either place. And to that point, if I ever had a school board tombstone, I think cared about net promoter scores would be something on my tombstone. I can't get over the fact that we're missing half the information from that, which is the most actionable part, which is why did you select the number that you picked? Because I don't know why the number went from 49 to 41 or what we could do to improve the score without that information. So please.
It's really hard to do that on a phone survey that is pick one of. So I hear you. Yep.
Yeah, I
don't disagree with you.
I can appreciate the constraints, and I just can't get over how, boy, I wish I knew what we could do to improve those scores, and we don't have that information. Two comments. One, Superintendent, I think I can understand the reason why you would highlight like the shifts in the scores or the responses for our Indigenous students, but I just had an activation while you were speaking, particularly coming off Indigenous Peoples Day, about the systematic elimination of Indigenous people in our country. And the reason that we have so few numbers of Indigenous people in our community is because of the cultural and literal genocide that they've been through in our country. So I just got activated, and I want to note that. I don't think you're doing anything intentional, but that happened for me. And then And so I think my point there is just, I think we have to just watch discounting those numbers because of a small N score in those surveys. And then my last comment, my work is focused on youth resilience and thriving. And so much of the research points to both like individual supports, like relationships, as well as community supports. And seeing that 20%, at least of our elementary school students, don't feel like they have an adult that they can speak with is just profoundly alarming to me. I don't think it's not to anybody else, but the fact that it's like, that's the start of that conveyor belt, where by the time they move on through the district that they don't have, a relationship and what all that means. So that makes me think about our class size discussions, and curious what other, levers that we'd have that we can interrupt that trend beginning in elementary school and throughout our schools. But that's, like others have said, and I think you feel yourself, is alarming and not okay. So I just want to push into that a little bit.
Thank you, Board Member Burke. I don't see any other questions from the board, so just to close, I know we talked extensively after the middle school protests and during our allocation of COVID funding in June about resources for the middle schools that I think address some of what we see in in these slides tonight. I'm wondering for the elementary schools and the high schools, what are some of the strategies that we're using to address these issues, especially the disparities that we're seeing in the data?
I would, I think, say that we have not done the same level of, sort of deep focus that we have right now at the middle schools. We, as you know, approved a number of additional social work positions at, a number of our, elementary schools that go towards that, purpose. But, frankly, I'm just like, I don't know what to say about, 20% of elementary school students not feeling that they have somebody that they can connect with. When you're in a homeroom setting with the same person every day and you don't feel that you have that relationship to the extent that that you answer that way to the question, is just, I'm really struggling with that. I don't know what else to say about it.
Perhaps the answer to this question is obvious, but are our elementary school administrators aware of this data?
Yes.
And I understand the issues with the trends over time, but I don't remember seeing at the elementary school level. I don't remember seeing kind of these types of responses before. Have they been consistent?
So 82.5, 83% in 2018 reported that there's an adult at my school who will help me if I need it, and 82% report that way now. So it's not all that different. We don't have the disaggregation underneath that. 82% reported feeling safe. Only 72% feel that they're safe today. So that's the place where you see a pretty dramatic drop. But this other one with roughly 20% of our kids feeling that they don't have an adult that they can talk to at the elementary level is consistent.
And what was the time period when we did the survey for the elementary schools? I am wondering how. I think Board Member Burke's question about COVID is a good one, and I don't mean to discount these data at all. I think there's a lot here.
Yeah.
But I am just wondering how concerns about COVID may be playing into this, in addition to it doesn't obviate how alarming these data are, but it might help to explain some of it.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly think that COVID probably plays a factor in the safety one. So.
Okay. Okay, let me just check for our board members who are joining us. Miss Billy, do you have another question? Your hand is up.
No, but I just wanted to reflect on what Adam said and about that number of students that don't feel like they have an adult. I think this goes to just further, I guess, represent, or further goes to say like this is, you know, a lot of students count for this space as their representation. Like they don't have parents or even teachers or staff members they can rely on. And I think we really have to worry about be weary that like those folks don't have the capacity to communicate with us as their representatives. They don't have the capacity to have a parent or a guardian show up to represent them. And I think, you know, it kind of goes back to that conversation we've been having about school choice and about the fact that sometimes we are a representation of those people that don't have resources to show up to these spaces or capacity to do so. And I think we have to continue to keep that in mind and do the best we can to ensure that we have access to those students and we have access to being able to provide for them, even though they don't have access to us.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Ms. Billiou. Okay, Ms. Bondo.
Last question on the survey for the multilingual. So just wonder if those questions were translated or they send them in English. So are they getting the answer back? Or it was just randomly answered by the multilingual families? How the process went?
Do you know how it's administered to multilingual students?
It is over the phone.
No, I think Member Bondo is asking about the student survey.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, the students
they take it in English.
Oh, okay. Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Superintendent, and to the full team. It is 8:55. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we're going to come back and finish up our work. And I neglected prior to us taking a break to allow the superintendent to close out that section. So I'm going to hand it back to the superintendent. My apologies.
No problem. So as I mentioned, tonight's data dive is probably the sort of last of the season, but it is definitely the last for Executive Director for Data and Technology, Gavin Goodall. As the board knows, Gavin is leaving the district at the end of this week to pursue a position that will fully utilize his incredible talents and allow more work-life balance. It is hard to believe that Gavin has not even been with us for 2 years by the impact that he's had in making us better able to use the information that we've always had to visualize and be able to inform policy and practice with that information. Gavin has incredible analytical capacity, but what makes him unique is that he deeply understands the work of schools and cares about how data can inform our practice. Gavin continues to be a Portlander and will remain connected to us through his family, his kiddos in our schools, and his wife, Sarah, the principal at Lyseth Elementary. So we'll continue to be able to tap his impressive mind and passionate commitment to PPS in his ample spare time. So thank you, Gavin, for all that you've done to help us become a better district. And I look forward to continuing to have you engage in our work as a member of the Portland community. And we have to give you one of our Portland school posters, but we're fresh out of those and have to order some more, but we know where to find you. So just, I just want to thank you on behalf of, our entire executive cabinet is, is heartbroken that you are not going to be a part of our, of our team on a daily and weekly basis. But, thank you for everything that you've done. And, we love you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Superintendent, and thank you, Gavin, from the board. I'll say that you have revolutionized our data and analysis, and from the board's perspective, our ability to understand what is happening in the district. And I feel greatly indebted to you, and I wish you the best. And I'm grateful that you're going to stay close. Okay, so now we're on to old business. Consideration and action to approve a resolution to direct the superintendent to work with the policy and curriculum committee to develop a plan for alignment of the comprehensive high schools. Is there a motion? Ms. Russell-Better, seconded by Board Member Burke. Okay, so just I'm going to suggest at this point that there were some revisions that I made to the resolution over the weekend. They were not considered, we didn't consider those changes on first read. So unless there's a board member who objects, I'd like to move forward a motion to consider my revised version of the resolution. So I'm going to make that motion. Is there a second? Ms. Lentz? And now what we'll do is take questions on the amended version of the resolution. So just to walk through the process here, we'll go through, take questions, public comment, and have board discussion on the amended resolution. And I will walk through the changes that I made. And then we'll vote. And if that resolution is approved, then it becomes the main motion. And we would vote a second time on that take a final vote on it. If it fails to pass, then we move back to the original resolution. Does that sound good to everyone? All right. So just to walk through the changes in this revised resolution, I replaced, so the changes I made really, I think, better reflect the full scope of the work that we're doing around our high school alignment. And they really come from a meeting that the policy committee had a couple of weeks ago to review kind of where we're at with those plans. And Mr. Superintendent, we're not going to move through that presentation tonight. Oh, we are?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I'm going to walk through the changes, and then do you want to do that presentation? Mm-hmm. Okay. So the changes, strike one whereas clause, the whereas clause that says that board members were concerned about that the enrollment guardrails that we passed did not address broader issues. I struck that out because I thought I could just address it more head on. And what I replaced that with was that there were, whereas there are broader systemic issues to address with our high schools, including a lack of system-wide vision for the high schools that includes a common theory of action for the high schools, for all schools. And then I also added a whereas clause and therefore clause, the be it resolved clause that look to the capital needs of the schools, because that's also another major driver of both the challenges and the vision we're working towards around the high schools. The fact that the high school facilities have large capital needs have large capital needs, and the superintendent's going to get to that in the presentation. So I'll leave it at that. I think that's a summary of the changes. I did add, in addition to the policy committee, policy and curriculum committee kind of being tasked with some of the next steps on this, working with the superintendent and his team, I did add the the finance and operations committee as well, with respect to the facility issues. And so I think that's a summary of the resolution. Let's move to the superintendent's presentation, and then we can go to questions.
So as you heard at the September 20th meeting, after you approved the resolution that ensured that enrollment at both of the district's comprehensive high schools would be similar in size and diversity. After that, we heard from many of you that there were concerns about the fact that we were not addressing the underlying issues that were leading to that disparity. So district administration has been working with school leaders to develop more closely aligned approaches to multiple aspects of high school programming in the district, including but not limited to elements such as schedules, transition experiences, programming options for language learners, access to rigorous coursework, et cetera. And as you know, this resolution that you just started to consider is addressing some of that. It brings visibility and accountability and hopefully enduring importance to that work by making it subject to ongoing review by the board's policy and curriculum committee. And now also, if you approve the amendments as proposed today, the finance and operations committee. The resolution specifically tasks me with working with the committee in its developing and delivering a report to the full board on the elements of the alignment and a timeline for successful implementation of those elements by June of 2023. The report, not the ultimate goal. Tonight, to provide a deeper understanding of the work that this resolution advances, I've asked Assistant Superintendents Malia Nally and Aaron Townsend and our Director of Secondary Access and Outcomes, Pamela Otunu, to present on the nature and status of the work. They provided much of this same presentation recently to the Curriculum and Policy Committee, and the committee found it helpful. So in an effort to level set the board on this important topic, I asked them to share an updated version of that with you tonight. So I'd like to thank the three of them for their work to date on this, as well as recognize the work of our secondary school leaders, particularly our high school principals, for their deep engagement in this work for a while now. So we're preparing now to roll out a larger, more deliberative and broader engagement, and we would not be in a position to do that without the work of this core team. And so I think I'm handing it over to you, Malia.
Aaron's going to start.
Aaron. Okay, great. So Aaron, kick us off.
Great. Thank you, everybody. Excited to share these updates with the full board this evening. So as the superintendent said, we previewed this work last week with the Policy and Curriculum Committee, and this is work that we have been consulting and discussing with our high school leaders since the springtime. So we met with them first on May 5th. And that followed as well the superintendent's engagement with them around the integrated consolidated high school application back in January. So this has been a process that we've been engaging in for some time and are excited to see through this rollout and more deliberative engagement of the broader community. So I'll give a little bit of context, and then Pamela will share a little bit of kind of the operations of how we're going to go about this work, and Malia will conclude with some kind of framing of who we're looking for in the teams and some of those next steps. So first, part of how we've been talking about the issues is kind of the why we're coming together to talk about our high schools at this time. So we've kind of boiled that down to three big elements. One is broadly that at this juncture, kind of we lack a coherent system-wide vision about what we want from high school and what we want our high school experience to be. For those that remember, the last kind of recent improvement effort at the high school level, or system-wide improvement effort, was supported through the Nellie Mae Foundation a number of years ago, in which the high schools were invited to choose kind of a school model to inform their design and development. since that time, that was now, 7-8 years ago at least, certainly Casco remains committed to their expeditionary learning model. Portland High, retains elements of the model the Johns Hopkins model that they engaged in at that time. And Deering has made a pivot away from the international schools model that they had identified back at that time. So that leaves us just with some inconsistent programs, policies, and practices across our schools, and most specifically, as we've been discussing, across our 2 comprehensive schools. Additionally, as we've been talking about in the context of, framing the problem statement as it related to the high school choice process, some of these disconnects lead to resource inefficiencies. So, as we've talked about, there are staffing and program offerings challenges across the schools and schedule differences that kind of exacerbate that. And then lastly, as I think you're all aware, we face both immediate and significant long-term needs in terms of our facilities. So I know the board has been engaged in some time and kind of the consideration of that from the facilities study in 2018-19 to, ongoing dialogue about what those needs are. So in the short term, and these figures are pre-inflation, so probably more now, but we needed upwards of 16 million in the next 5 years to support improvements at the 3 high schools, and then over the next 20 years, at least 130 million. So significant and substantive investments needed. We have wonderful historic old facilities, and they pose challenges to provide the kind of programming and support we need in this 21st century space. So that led us to kind of our charge that we've been talking about with the high school administrative team, and that, as is now reflected in the amended resolution from Chair Figdor, is to first kind of center and ground in what is a district-wide vision for high school with that common theory of action. So what is it that we're kind of core committing to in terms of the experience for all students, regardless of where they're at in high school in Portland Public Schools. As we do this work, we want to keep in mind some of the key elements of the integrated consolidated high school, because that is a potential opportunity for the community in relationship to the facilities needs. So we know that this work, could position us for a competitive application if those resources become available down the line. So that's something we're aware of and considering as we think about the work. And then most importantly, given the unknown timeline as it relates to the integrated consolidated high school, we really want to be clear about what are some interim opportunities to lay the groundwork for that possible opportunity and to improve our programming and consistency, specifically across our 2 comprehensive high schools at this time. That's consistent with, all the conversation we had coming out of the enrollment process and people's recognition that was kind of a reactive body of work. So we, concur and are deeply aligned with thinking about what are those opportunities as is our high school leadership team that we can start to advance regardless of kind of the long-term future. So this is just a bit of a frame that we'll use as we kind of to help guide this conversation over time. So, our Portland Promise commitments are that each student will graduate prepared and empowered. And we believe we have some work to do in this next level in defining what does that really mean, and we'll refer to that as kind of a graduate profile. And so we'll, as part of this process, seek to engage both the design team and broader stakeholder groups in defining that more clearly. We have elements to build upon in terms of the work that's been done in the district around identifying kind of our key graduation standards that students need to master, as well as building off the guiding principles as they are articulated in the Maine learning results. But we need to define what prepared and empowered means for us in the Portland community. And from there is where we'll really develop that kind of cohesive high school vision and theory of action. So what is the kind of core instructional experience and school experience and structures and programs that we need to provide to enable each student to graduate prepared and empowered? So I'll turn it over to Ms. Otuno to talk a little bit about how we're planning on approaching this work.
Great. Good evening. Just testing. First of all, I'm super impressed at the stamina and energy you guys have in staying up late and doing this work. So anyways, thank you for everything that you do. So how are we going to accomplish this? So if you look at that sort of picture there, that, we sort of have three levels of teams working on this, right? So at the very center, we have the high school principals who are steering this work, and they began this discussion back in May. And so they're going to continue this work and being an integral part of the team. And then they're going to be working with the design team as well. So there'll be members of the design team. That's the broader team that's going to be doing the transformational work. And outside of that are the work groups. So the way in which we're going to actually see the alignment work actualize itself this year and start implementation next year will be through the work groups. And these three teams, the principals and the design team and the work groups, will be working concurrently. So they'll be communicating back and forth and informing each other on what's happening as they continue the work. So what I'm going to do now is just go deeper into each of these teams and what they look like. So the high school principals, as I mentioned, they started this work back in May, and they'll continue it. And there will be really, they'll be getting feedback and updates from the work groups as well as the design team. And they'll be giving feedback in terms of what the process should be and where shifts should be made. And they'll stay in the loop because they'll be leaders in implementing this. So as we move throughout the school year and then, start next year, there'll be things that we'll start implementing at the start of the next school year. The high school design team. So this is where the bigger body of work is going to live. And this is where the transformational change will happen as well. Now I just also want to note that the principals as well as the working groups will be key contributors to that transformational work that's happening. But a lot of it will be held by this design team. So they're going to work towards ensuring greater, I'm looking at the slides here. They're going to work towards ensuring that there's greater consistency across the board. And right now, the big issue is that there's inequities in terms of programs and resources that are offered at the high schools for various reasons. And so they're going to be tasked with their outcomes out of this will be creating a district vision, theory of action, creating a portrait of a graduate, as well as really supporting the work of our instructional vision and the implementation as well. The work of the design team, just to I'll go back to there, it's a 3 to 5 year timeline. It's not going to be something that happens overnight or will be completed at the end of this year. So there'll be ongoing work. So the work groups, we identified 7 work groups to do the deep dive into this. And the work groups are really the structures, as I was saying before, through which we're going to do this work and start creating greater consistency and alignment. So the 7 work groups, you can see there are schedule, 9th grade structures, ELD programming, school-wide systems and supports, post-secondary support, special ed programming, and standards and diploma. And you see the 3 that are bold there, the high school principals met, and they selected those 3 as the ones to focus on this year and begin the work. Those 7 came up from looking at data and figuring out which are the things that we need to focus on right away. And then those 3 were the ones that emerged as the ones that needed greater attention and were urgent items that we should focus on, as well as items that we could probably deliver on this year. So just if you look at this slide here, you'll see sort of the makeup of the structures that we'll be looking at within each of those work groups. And so I'm just going to draw your attention to the 3 that we're focusing on this year. So schedule, right? We're going to be looking at how our schedule is coordinated at each school. And then in looking at the pros and cons of various schedules from the various schools, which ones yield the maximum achievement results. And so that that will have the shortest time frame of the other 2, so that we can begin that. We can notify families and students when they start sharing their preference for high schools, and then continue that into next year. The 9th grade transition supports, we have 9th grade structures there, social emotional tools and strategies, goal setting. It's all about that transition from 8th to 9th and what that should look like to support students as they move on. ELD programming, we'll be looking at international credits and how those are awarded, meaningful continuum, right, as they move up across schools and as they enter in the middle of the school year. That's wonky right now, so we need to look at that. programming for students after the age of graduation, as they age out. What are we providing for them? What does that look like? And then the interventions that are provided for those students as well, and supports. So the members of the work groups will come together, and they're going to look at best practices from each of the schools, because we understand that there are great things happening in each of the 3 high schools. So they'll look at best practices at each high school, look at best practices from other schools as well outside of the district, what research shows. And they'll also look at and actually review and take into account our instructional vision, our LAO plan, our equity policy, all those things that we already have and exist, in order to come up with a recommendation to the high school principals and the design team. So as I already mentioned, the timeline will vary for each of those for various reasons.
Good evening, everyone. So I'm just going to wrap us up with a little bit of transparency into how we're going to create the teams. And so I think generally speaking, our goal is to make sure the teams are diverse and represent different perspectives. So specifically for the design team, we're looking at different roles as well as personal identities in order to design the team. We're thinking at the overall design team will be about 15 people large. We will have parent and student representation, and principals are working with their teams to figure out who's interested. And then we're going to be looking at that together to make sure that when we put the whole team together, they are diverse in terms of the perspectives that they'll bring. Another thing that you can see on this slide here is that we're trying to be transparent about the orientation we're seeking in terms of membership on the team. So we're looking for folks who are genuinely committed to the overarching district work, who are coming with an interest in finding new solutions, who aren't there necessarily to advocate a particular agenda, but are really interested in this kind of innovative, transformational work that we're undertaking. Obviously looking for folks who are student-centered and equity-oriented, and people who can commit to the process and really attend all the meetings and see it through. Just also wanted to mention, and this came up in the committee meeting, I think someone mentioned, gosh, that's not a ton of people for how big and significant this work is. And so noting that the design team is around 15 folks, then we'll have about 15 people in all of the work groups. And then all of these teams will be engaging a broader stakeholder group for input along the way, whether it's through focus groups, surveys, larger conversations. So these are the people that are taking that input and then trying to advance proposed solutions and then coming back to stakeholders for additional feedback. And then the last thing we wanted to make transparent is that we will pay folks who are serving on the team. And I think that's it for now. So Pamela, Aaron, and I are happy to answer further questions.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Are there questions from the board? Board Member Burke.
I'm excited. And I have lots I could say that I'm excited about. I have 2 questions. One, Aaron hit this at supersonic speed and I didn't catch it. What is a theory of action in this context?
So good question. I would say it is going to be kind of our summation of what the key elements are of kind of the program that we want to ensure that every student has access to. And that we're able to deliver, at high school to ensure that all students graduate prepared and empowered. So that may include things such as, having strong 9th grade supports, having structures that promote relationships, things at that level that then we can kind of design around that we know are grounded in, best practice in terms of high school program and design.
Okay, so they're kind of analogous to design principles in this context.
Potentially,
you're not necessarily putting forth a problem statement at the front and you have a desired end state, and then what the specific things are that would happen between the problem statement and the desired outcome. That's also how you're thinking about it.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'll be
bridges
curious.
That gap. Mm-hmm.
So is the problem statement something you'll be drafting through this design process? Okay.
Yeah, it's part of the initial engagement with the design team.
Mm-hmm. Cool. So here's my thing. Where are the students? Why aren't they at the center of that circle? I'm really having feelings about this because I was, as a student, when my high school redesigned, my experience was they never asked the student, and it wasn't a better process or outcome for my style of learning. And as I wrote in my application to graduate school, my love of learning persisted despite the institutions of education I've been part of. And we're talking about students that are disengaged, and we want people that might be able to be student centered, or we might be able, but where are the students in this process? I want them centered. I want them in that design.
I think yes, we are expecting to have, at least one to two students from each of the high schools on as full members of the design team, paid for their participation as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sorry if I was.
Air's out of my balloon. Thank you.
And the work groups as well, right?
And the work groups as well. Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Sorry if I was too fast.
Yeah. And that's been drafted in communication that principals have that will be going out, that there'll be students included in the work groups as well.
All right. You all are as awesome as I knew you were. Thank you.
Ms. Bando.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the presentation. I have two quick questions. Yeah,
It was real fast.
yeah, I hope, yes. So, I've been looking at since last time to try to find the intersections between the work group and the design team. Because when I look, they have all specific role and description. So can you find where they really intersect, where they're coming together? Because I feel like, they are being so separate on what they're doing. So who has to report to who's taking the lead? And then where is really the intersection between those two specific groups?
I'll start and then Pamela can chime in and Aaron as well. So the design team is really looking at that long-term trajectory, right, and the work groups are then taking on specific elements that we want to start to work on at a more granular level. So for example, the design team might be the group that's looking at, we want to move toward a one school, two campus model, or we want to move toward a consolidated building with three really distinct models within it, or what. So they're really thinking of some of those bigger picture design issues. And then as we're figuring out what are the specific areas that we want to make more consistent or transform, those work groups will then be tasked with those very specific kind of design goals.
On those different areas. Right?
Yeah. And then the work groups essentially are reporting back to the design team, to your question of how do they interplay. Mm-hmm. And so they'll be reporting back to the design team on their pieces of the puzzle, and the team is charged with the coherence across the whole system.
Great. Thank you. So I get you there. So if I see the design team like Pamela just described, that's going to be the transformation on the wide aspect of the system. So I mean, now those different expertise then we are looking for in that specific group. Because one, I just heard my colleague here, Ms. Burke, mentioned about centering the students. That's my focus. But now to try to look at, when I look at the new resolution that we want to talk about it, I see we talk about operation, we talk about different area that we want to add beside of the curriculum and policy committee than we used to have before. So are we choosing some of those specific design group with some elements specific on some of this expertise to try to balance the conversation? Because we are transforming almost the wide vision on what we want to accomplish. So we really need to make sure that we have some expertise and backgrounds on those design teams. So.
So the question, Ms. Bando, is
yes, are we going to have some requirements on the different expertise that we want to add on the design team to see inside the design team?
Yeah, I mean, I can do you want to answer? I can. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, I to be honest, that's the question, right? And so we've been talking about that a lot too, because this is big work. And so we're intentful in making sure that we're including experts from different fields and that it's not just the high school principals, right? So it's representatives from across our school district as well as other stakeholders, and really seeking out also experts who have done this transformational work in other districts and other states, and getting support and coming alongside us. So we're in the process of planning this out so that it is well done, and takes that into account.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to go to Ms. Bryden.
Thank you, Chair. 3 things. So first, I want to say, this is so cool. I thank you for the presentation. I am so excited to see both the balancing of, taking a really thorough, methodical, thoughtful look at this, and also recognizing that there are some items that are going to need to go at a faster pace. I am so excited to see community involvement, student involvement, compensating people for their time. I'm psyched. So second thing, I wanted to ask a question and get a little bit more clarity on the timing piece of it. I am excited to see that there are some components of this work that will be implementable by the start of the next academic year. And I'm looking for more detail and clarity on is which of those things will be able to communicate to the community and to families in advance of the high school choice process. Like, will we be able to say, for example, when today's current 8th graders are selecting their high school preferences, will we be able to say, when you walk in on the first day of your freshman year, you'll be in a building that has the same schedule structure as the other comprehensive high school in Portland?
So you kind of answered the question right there. So yes, like schedule is one that we'll definitely be able to communicate before the 8th graders start making their choice.
Yay!
That's been this is exciting, because that's been one of the right. That's one of the reasons why 8th graders decide whether to go to Portland or Deering.
That's exactly why I'm asking the question. Yeah, I'm so pleased to hear that answer. Thank you so much. And then my last question is again clarity around. There was the slide that was talking about the long-term vision around consolidation of high schools. And one of the bullet points referenced, 3 high schools in one building. And it said DHS, PHS, and PATHs. But I think in a later slide, there was a reference to Casco Bay. I forget what the bullet point was for that, but I just want to get a sense of where Casco Bay fits in or doesn't fit into this work. Or is that still being solidified in the conversations that are ongoing?
Yeah, I think they fit in so much as when we're looking at the bigger picture vision theory of action about high school in our district, Casco Bay is one of those high schools that we'd be looking at learning from, and also thinking about the extent to which they're aligned with some of those common agreements that we have. So what that means for Casco specifically in terms of how things play out and decisions that get made might be somewhat different than, the impact or implication for the 2 comprehensive high schools. So I'm certain there's going to be some differentiation, but Casco Bay is very much a part of this process. Derek's, part of the high school admin team. Will have representation from Casco Bay High School like we will from the other high schools as well.
Super. Thank you so much.
Can I just quickly just make sure, because I want to make sure that we're not communicating expectation that we're not able to deliver. Are we sure that we're going to have a schedule decision by the time December rolls around?
Yeah, I think the timeline that we're setting for that, the target timeline is to be able to communicate to students and families if there's going to be a change to either of the high schools. As far as the specifics, I'm not sure we're all the way certain about how much that's going to be completely locked down and fleshed out, but we are very much holding ourselves accountable to being able to have a level of transparency that's meaningful for kids and families as it pertains to schedule and making their preferences.
So it would be, they're on the same schedule, they're on a different schedule.
Yeah, and we might, I mean, some of the schedule conversations have been things that we might do to just the 9th and 10th grade year versus later. So, I think we'll be really in particular focused on the 9th grade freshman class.
Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Bryden. Are there other questions from the board?
I'm sorry. Can I ask a follow-up question just around that last piece?
I'm sorry, Ms. Bryden, please.
Oh, no. I just put my hand back up. So around that one little sentence fragment about making schedule changes in the shorter term for 9th and 10th graders, is the vision then for 11th and 12th grade schedules to be aligned in short order right after that, so that an incoming freshman can know that in, for example, their junior or senior year, they would be able to take a class at the other comprehensive high school if there was something that was not offered at the high school that they're at.
I mean, I think we need to get this work group rolling to be able to answer really specific questions. So I feel trepidatious about saying things and making commitments because I know this is a really big deal and I don't want to miscommunicate to the community. So I would just say we very much understand the timeline on this particular issue is important and is tied to choices students are making. So we're cognizant of that. Like Pamela said, we're backward planning with that in mind, but I don't want to speak specifically beyond that until the work group gets formed and starts doing that work.
That's fair. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bryden. Board Member Burke.
Very calmly, I just have a resource in case you're not aware of. It's the XQ Institute, which is focused on high school redesign and transformation, particularly from a student-centered perspective. And then if you were ever looking for any community designers that you wanted references for, I'm happy to share people in my network.
Thank you. Yes.
Excellent. Yes, Board Member Bondo, please go ahead.
When I just need to get focused back here after look at the survey. The climate survey, we just look at over. I look at on the work group detail and I see the 9th grade transition and support. And I look at the social emotion tools, strategies to navigate transition between the 8th grader and 9. So are we thinking about any restorative practices here? Because when I see what really happening with the climate survey coming from the middle school, so I think when we move into the transition, something can be related to also here to the work group to see how those restorative practices can be taking place when we talk about social emotion, adding on the top of that. Because it's all about trauma informed, then we are playing a role here to that transition, then we need to make sure then we can elevate that. Can we touch on the restorative justice practices here also?
Yes, absolutely. And we will. And so we'll be looking at restorative practices as well as, what happens during the summer, during that transition period, like what are some programs we can have happening, and also creating better communication between the 8th graders and 9th grade teachers and more collaboration to ensure a smooth transition.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Bondo. Okay, I don't see any other questions from the board. So let's go back to questions on the resolution.
Thank you, guys.
Are there any questions on the resolution, Ms. Bondo?
I don't know if it's a typo error. So I look at the grade and we serve to the vision we served is the 916 capital or something, or is something it's been a typo.
That's the name of the state program.
Oh, okay. I just want to make sure then I'm not doing. So my question was on the one we just add on board here for the large capital needs. So I just need to have your clarification on what we talk about here when I look at the concept here and what we try to define working entre those different design team and then work group to try to get a wide vision. I try to understand the aging building, then we just mentioned here in that resolution. is now really clicking on me was those aging building has to do with the decrease of the enrollment that we see in our both schools. Then we want to tackle here. Maybe if I can just get a little more, get a sense of what is aligning.
It's one of the drivers around the high school alignment work, because the amount of capital costs, the capital needs of our schools are more than we can meet, and that's just to maintain the schools, not to actually provide 21st century learning spaces for our students. So it's looking towards the future, where we could re-envision our high schools to be in one building with Portland Adult Ed and PAS in a new facility, 21st century state-of-the-art facility that is built by the state through this consolidated school program. So this is the same program that we applied for a waiver for last year.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is included because it's part of the future of our high schools. And so it's included to say, central to this as well is actually having a facility to do all this good work.
There's no I think Board Member Bondo's question, there's no relationship assumed between the aging of the building and why people go to one school versus the other. I think that's the question.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, that was my question.
And I don't think there is. I mean, I don't think it's intended to express that because of the aging buildings, people choose to go to one school versus the other. I think that they're all equally aging. They all have equally large capital needs.
Right.
So it's not, there's not a direct relationship between students choosing to go to one school versus the other because the buildings are in better shape than the other.
Okay, so
this is the bigger vision about where we're headed for our high schools.
Okay, so that means when I see that coming to that space, then we just add it here. I mean, what now the design team, they're going to be focused on two areas, right? Coming to the resolution. If we voting to the resolution, it's not going to be anymore when I see the design team focus on the vision, programming, scheduling, and everything. I mean, they're going to tackle now two areas. I mean, working on some capital for the long-term goals and then getting focused on the short terms for what we want to move right now. I just want to get clear what I'm voting for to try to understand those resolutions. And we just moved here for what we've been presenting to us.
The design team is the big picture vision,
Mm-hmm.
and that vision could take place in the facilities we currently have. Although we don't really have the capital needs to keep those buildings up, nor do we have the capital needs to actually provide our students the facilities to give them the education they need. So that vision, we're saying, we should pursue every opportunity to have that vision occur in a new high school.
Okay, so which one are we prioritizing first? Because
the high school design team is one thing. There aren't two different design teams.
What do you mean is two different design teams?
I'm sorry, maybe I'm misunderstanding.
So what I want to say is that I try to really get into that paragraph here on the investment here for the future. If it's the right place to have it right now to that resolution, then we want to go to try to the way we make the high school choice, when we try to achieve if it's the right place to have the capital mentioned here, because on the work, then they just show to us. I don't see where's the operation.
Can we
the
look
financial
back at
and the operation committee can play a role because it's not showing to the protocol.
Can we look back at the slides, and you could see on the first slide, it says contacts and rationale.
Okay, please.
And one of the major bullets was the facility needs.
Okay, can Maybe I missed that. Just have to get back to my. That's why we have that's the last bullet, right? The facilitating is the one we need. Those are the one.
I mean, I think it's important to have in here because it's about the future of our high schools.
Right.
I mean, if other board members don't want to include these pieces, we could consider taking them out. I do think it's critical to the future. And so I would like to have the full vision and all the work, because the consolidated program, that if we were able to submit a full application to that would take a lot of work, and it would be a lot of the work that we're talking about. So I'm going to look to.
Okay. No, really, but I'm still listening to other board members. So
okay. I'm going to move to Ms. Lentz.
Mickey, I hear kind of like the same questions that I have had, in that, like, who then is trying to figure out the operations or the infrastructure, the buildings? Is that the design team or is it not? And in conversations I've had with people, my understanding is that work can really only be done through the applications to the state. Okay. And so it's not the design team bubbles that we've been looking at is for the internal programs of the school, not the schools themselves.
Yeah, but the thing is not explaining here. It's not something that you can see when you're just reading right away. It's not something that you really need to go deeper to understand, because that's a resolution with state. So I think
I'm happy to add we could add language. So just make a suggestion and we'll add it.
Yeah, and I think just like Sarah just mentioned, I think it's making more sense than the work that we're doing right now. The language that we need to add is that what we're doing right now is more internal than looking to the big picture, to the capital, who's coming mostly to a long-term process.
Well, that's still internal because it's the district work. I think what Sarah was trying to say is like the physical design of the buildings, like the physically restructuring the buildings, you would need the state to approve how you're going to physically restructure the buildings, as in building the schools. Like if you want to tear down Portland High School and build another building, you have to ask the state for that. But right. I think the design team is talking about how us as a district are going to design the curriculum, like the internal work that the administration and the staff are going to be doing to further this work going forward, which I could understand how the word design is, I guess, misleading, but I think people refer to curriculum building as a design, or syllabus building as a design. So it's just using that word to define the ways in which they're going to be working internally, if that makes sense.
Thank you. Board Member Burke.
Yeah, I was, my comments and questions are a little bit different, but I was looking at this, and what's happening for me is there's a sequencing with which we're in the middle of, which was, we talked about enrollment, which I wasn't here for that discussion and decision. That sets up the opportunity to do this work that we're looking at here, looking at the programming within our buildings. And only by starting to do the work in the programming in our buildings will we be prepared, if we were to do an integrated high school at some point, to be ready to fulfill that design and application, right? So there's that sequence. And it's when the integrated high school was first came out, it was a huge surprise because there wasn't any community process. If this is passed tonight, it's making very loud and clear to anybody who's 6 people tuned in tonight, and maybe if the Press Herald picks it up, that this body has decided that we are resolutely moving towards an integrated high school pending funding being sourced. and it's sitting within the resolution that originated as the program investigation. So there's just a lot of nuance that I think it's hard for us as the body that's, to the credit that we had for being here with energy this evening to do. Like, it's tricky for us, and that's going to break down the further and further we go from this room. So my question in part is, what is the communication plan about this resolution, particularly around that clause about the construction resolution, or that
The last paragraph.
resolved? Yeah.
Last paragraph.
So I think that needs particular consideration from a community perspective, beyond the fact that we can tell people we talked about it in a public meeting tonight.
And if that's a question for me, I'd say that, obviously this is just being introduced today. So we'd look for guidance from you in terms of how we ought to communicate that and what we're going to say about it. So, obviously if we, if you move forward with it, then we will work with you to implement that.
Okay. Well, my thoughts tonight are that probably it would be one of your brilliant communications that comes out from your team that says the school board did this, and then some clarity about what it definitively means, what it might mean, and what it doesn't mean, to help give some shading to what such a decision would mean. I think that would be helpful and necessary. That's all for me, Chair. Thanks.
Are there other questions from the board?
Yes.
I'll just come back to say the reason why I think this is important to include is because we don't have an opportunity. We can't meet these capital needs. I mean, we're this week on Thursday, the finance committee is going to take the first look at the CIP. I can tell you it's probably going to be $3 million, $4 million. But we're not even in the ballpark of being able to meet these needs. And this is just to maintain the buildings, just to keep the buildings operating and safe. So if board members want to take this out and have more process around it, I'm fine with that. I do want to just make clear that a future for our high schools has to involve a plan to pursue every opportunity to find find money to actually renovate the existing schools, which isn't really a solution because all the schools are aging, or to build a new integrated school.
Just clarifying my comments quickly. I'm not necessarily advocating for the removal of this clause, since we're only in the question phase, I believe anyway. But and it doesn't exclude that we could find money for renovations or improvements to existing buildings. It just includes a very particular clause related to a particular construction program, and it makes that clear. Am I correct in that there's no exclusion of what funds could be sourced?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, go ahead, Board Member Grant.
I'm in favor of the language as drafted. I think we are in the position of needing to and being able to walk and chew gum at the same time. The previous several months, considering the enrollment issues, have at least unearthed for me as a new member several issues that we need to be working on simultaneously. If we are going down the road of building a new building, that has a long horizon that has to start now. And in parallel to that, we can also be looking at the high school system, which I think we also agree the status quo contributes to the problems that we have. So we can be designing systems and we can be working on the physical infrastructure at the same time. So I'm perfectly comfortable and very supportive of the way this has been put together. So at the risk of prolonging things, thank you, and I will stop there.
Okay. Yes, Ms. Banda.
Yes. The only thing I was looking for is to understand the nuance of the language then we adding on that resolution. Because of what we have proposed, when I've been see from the staff, designing the design team and the work group from the curriculum committee. And I'm totally in favor because I really understand right now the nuance and my colleague Adams just mentioned about it. Then we really need to move that one on the long-term process.
Mr. Superintendent, do you want to talk a little bit about the process for pursuing the different state capital programs?
I mean, there's not a lot to say. That right now there is no process that's been outlined for that. So I think, to Ms. Bondo's, sort of underlying question, I think that, this is, we're doing the work that they described, regardless of whether we get the opportunity to apply for this or any other state construction funding. So this is not preemptive of doing that work. I think what this is doing is what Board Member Burke described, which is to, to sort of articulate in a definitive, way from this body, as opposed to from the superintendent, that this is a direction that we want to pursue as a community. And so I think that that's the value that I see in having this in here, because as Board Member Burke said, it wasn't something that this board had decided when we, lunged at the opportunity to potentially get, funding for for a consolidated high school, for all the reasons that Board Member Figdor articulated, which are right on, that, there's no way that we can realistically keep up with $120 million in repairs for those schools just to be functional, leave alone create the kind of facilities that we would love to have as a school district. So it does not, this, with or without this particular clause, does not change the work that we've described. That work is helpful if we have the opportunity to apply for this, so that there's more meat on it than sort of a broad vision of a consolidated high school that has the two, large comprehensives and the integration of paths into that, plus Portland Adult Ed also sharing the facility, which is really what we had, when I brought that to the State Board of Education. So I think this, this doesn't impact whether we do that work, and that work is tremendously helpful if we have the opportunity to pursue this.
Thank you for that. Ms. Lentz.
And just for the viewers at home, because this was confusing to me as I've been learning about it, is that there just aren't a lot of options from the state, right? We have the consolidated option because it's one of maybe two options right now on the table to be able to find capital, the amount of capital that we need to invest in our schools. So I think I just want to, we're not pushing consolidation because that is the best choice and the only choice and the one that we are pushing. It is because it's one of very few options that we see as a potential pathway that needs to be investigated. So just like that first line is to pursue all opportunities. So if tomorrow there's a new opportunity that comes from the state, that would be included within those opportunities.
Just to clarify, there are two state programs. The Maine State Capital Improvement Program,
Major School Construction
Program, is the program that, and to step back, school renovation and building new schools is actually a local responsibility. The state has the Major School Construction Program. I haven't thought about this program for a long time, so don't remember the terminology. My apologies. And then this new integrated program that's just a pilot program. The first program is for really the schools in the state that are in the worst shape. And the program has not funded in recent years very many new schools at all. And I don't know the numbers off the top of my head.
They're at number 8 in the list of 70 or so projects. And Portland Portland High School is the first high school on that list, and it's number 15.
And so they funded just a handful of new schools over the last several years. So we have our different high schools on that program, but the idea that we're gonna, through that program, be able to renovate or rebuild all of our, both Deering and Portland is not realistic. And then there is this new program that is kind of perfect for our district. However, the state has not ever used the program to actually build a new school. And as you know, we had to apply for a waiver last year. The process of considering new applications is not open. But hopefully that will change in the near future with the efforts of some around this table, among other things. So I don't know if that's helpful. And then in terms of the local responsibility, I just want to raise that, like, it is a local responsibility first, but we are currently renovating 4 of our elementary schools. We've just 4 years ago asked taxpayers for $64 million to renovate our elementary schools. So that's a big commitment that the voters of Portland made to our buildings. So as I see it, this is really where this is a really good opportunity for us, for our high schools. Okay. I don't see any more discussion. Any more questions. So we're going to move to public comment. So this is public comment on the revised resolution. And if any members of the public who want to address the board, please come forward or use the raise your hand feature in Zoom. You have 3 minutes to address the board. And please start by telling us your name and where you live.
Hello, I'm Julianne Opperman. And I think the proposal intent is excellent to revise the curriculum to make it 21st century. I don't see I understand what Member Bondo was concerned about, is that it's really 2 different ideas, but it could have 2 different resolutions. And I think that would be clearer for the public. They could see that there's a strong intent to immediately do something about the curriculum and the alignment, and that, again, if you chose to do this, a second resolution where you state in order to support that, we would like to move forward on that. And that's my point. But I think working on a vision for the high school is incredibly important.
Thank you so much. All right. Are there any other members of the public who would like to comment on the revised amendment? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to close public comment. This is when we move to board discussion. Also, if anyone wants to make an amendment to the resolution, now would be the time to do it. Okay, is there any board discussion? And I do just want to say I hear the concerns have been raised, and I'm open to doing this a different way. And so if that's where folks want to go, I want to support that. So Ms. Bondo, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just make a proposal. Can we have a 2 resolution? That specific, because the issues about the communication, the way we the perception, 2 different options, because we've been so focused, the momentum being on the high school choice, and then what we want to accomplish under that resolution. So is there any way we can have another resolution just for the specific capital who can be aligned for a long-term goal when I look at the context of the vision that we have described?
Ms. Bondo, do you want to propose that as an amendment?
Yes, please.
Okay. So I think what Ms. Bondo is proposing is that we take out the 4th whereas clause and the third resolved clause, and we put, and as well as the reference to the Finance and Operations Committee, and that we put those clauses, that language, in a separate resolution. Is there a second? Seconded by Board Member Burke. Okay, so now there's questions. Any questions on Board Member Bondo's resolution? Amendment, excuse me. I guess I'd ask a process question. Yes, Ms. Luntz, go ahead.
I was just going to ask, what do you feel like is the biggest benefit to separating them into two resolutions as opposed to just keeping the language in one? Yeah.
Because I feel like we just removing the value on what we want to achieve right now. And I think the focus needs to be done on what is really emergency priority right now, about what we define for the high school choice and what we need to be done right now, because it's going to take a little while to be able to implement the full resolution with what we want to work with the design team and the work. So I think for me, I look like it's just removing the momentum on what we want to accomplish for now. And have that one separate as a different resolution. I mean, we don't lose that aspect, but it's not something that we need to be paying attention while we're reading that resolution, but it's aligning for what we want to accomplish for the 21st century of the learning.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Bondo. Are there any other questions on the amendment? Ms. Russell-Better.
Thank you, Chair. I guess my question, I'm just wondering, Member Bondo, if Member Burke's recommendation, which I believe the superintendent said was doable, about having some more communication with the community regarding what does that piece in the resolution mean about, directing work towards this future funding. I'm just wondering, because it feels to me like that might help address some of what you're saying. And I'm just wondering if having just the two separate resolutions without that piece might. So I'm just curious what your thoughts are about what Member Burke brought up earlier, if that might be helpful.
Well, I'm not really 100%, and the communication will be deeper to all the community members, because we really have issues for communicating. So that's just the way we want to communicate that big pieces of a long-term process to make really the community member to understand where we're standing and where we want to go with the achievement. So I think for me, having a separate resolution, we have a more space for the communication process to take a place for that specific concept. Then we try to align with that resolution instead to adding both on the same time. Because that piece of the new resolution, we really need to create a great communication piece between what the staff just proposed, so the community can really get involved and understand what we want to achieve. So we can start building a better high school choice, so they can really understand what we want to achieve from there. So that's the way I've been feeling that that language was not really appropriate in that resolution right now. But I understood about the alignment that we want to see for long term. That makes sense to me, but not in the proposal.
So. Okay, thank you, Ms. Russell-Better. Ms. Bryden.
Thank you, Chair. So I apologize if, so I don't necessarily have a question, but I'm, obviously tracking along with the conversation, and I wanted to share a thought. So I apologize if that's not.
Ms. Bryden, could you hold then and let us go to public comment, and then there'll be more discussion.
Glad I asked.
Okay, excellent. So seeing no other questions, I'm going to move to public comment. So this is public comment on Ms. Bondo's amendment to remove the pieces of the resolution, of the amended resolution, that refer to the capital needs and pursuing options for the future in terms of the facility needs. Is there any public comment? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to close public comment and move to board discussion. So Ms. Bryden, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. So as I'm listening to this conversation, I think that for me, at least, it actually makes a lot more sense to have the clause that we're talking about the longer term plans within a single resolution, because, and I completely respect a different perspective. And, you know, reasonable people can look at something and have a different opinion. Absolutely. My opinion is that all of these issues are so intertwined that rather than slowing down any momentum, I think it actually, in terms of setting the context within the resolution for why we need to take action, to me, including all of this content within a single resolution allows us to set the context for the community in terms of here's why we need to do what we need to do, and here's why we need to do it with, you know, some urgency. So that's my take on what we've been talking about. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Bryden. Okay, is there any other discussion on this amendment? I'll just say I appreciate Ms. Bondo raising the issues that she raised. I do share the concern that Board Member Burke raised, that there hasn't been more conversation about this. However, I don't think we have options as a district. We have facility needs that are great, and this is our opportunity to actually get those needs addressed. So I see this as part of the overall vision for the future. And so I agree that I see them as one. So I'm going to vote against the amendment. Board Member Burke.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I think this is ultimately a communications challenge, because I don't think we're referring that the resolution be developed outside of tonight's meeting. It's just simply separating the two this evening. And as I've sat here thinking about it back and forth, I was doing my pros and cons, and I just come back to that. I think it's a communications challenge. So I'll stand by what you and I discussed and decided here this evening that's going to happen, and that's going to make it great. I won't support the separating of the two resolutions.
Okay. Ms. Lentz, go ahead.
This is just an observation. And Mickey, I know that we're on the Community Affairs Committee, and to my knowledge, like, there isn't a communication strategy or plan in place after a resolution is passed by the board to distill that into community language and terms. Like, the resolutions themselves, like, are not accessible. And I think I would like to take that work to our committee to develop a plan to how we communicate resolutions to the community. I don't know if that's the right place for that comment, but.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Ms. Lentz. Okay, by roll call vote, please indicate whether you support Ms. Bondo's amendment to remove the capital, the whereas clause and the be it resolved clause that involve capital construction, capital needs, and to put them into a separate resolution. Mr. Superintendent, will you please call the roll?
Yes, Chair. Ms. Bondo.
Yes.
Mr. Burke.
No.
Ms. Russell Better.
No.
Ms. Biliou.
No.
Mr. Youssef.
No.
Ms. Lentz.
No.
Mr. Grant.
No.
Ms. Ellis.
No.
Ms. Dew, she's still with us. And Chair Figdor.
I vote no.
I'm sorry. I
no,
know
that's okay.
Someone. Sorry.
And I'm a no as well. So the amendment fails by a vote of 1-8. So we're back to the amended resolution, and we're at the stage of board discussion. So is there any more board discussion? Sorry, I'm not looking at hands on Zoom. I don't see any. Okay, so by roll call vote, please indicate whether you support passing the resolution as amended. Mr. Superintendent, will you please call the roll?
Yes, Chair, Ms. Bondo,
Yes.
Mr. Burke,
Yes.
Ms. Russell Better,
Yes.
Ms. Biliu,
Yes.
Ms. Bryden,
Yes.
Mr. Youssef,
Yes.
Ms. Lentz,
Yes.
Mr. Grant,
Yes.
Ms. Ellis,
Yes.
and Chair Figner.
So yes, so the revised amendment passes unanimously with our student voting with the majority. And then we do actually have to take one more vote because now what we've done is we've passed the amended resolution, but we have to, I believe we have to pass it as a main motion.
Correct.
So by roll call vote, please indicate whether you support passing the resolution.
Ms. Bondo,
Yes.
Mr. Burke,
Yes.
Ms. Russell Better,
Yes.
Ms. Biliu,
Yes.
Ms. Bryden,
Yes.
Mr. Youssef,
Yes.
Ms. Lentz,
Yes.
Mr. Grant,
Yes.
Ms. Ellis,
Yes.
and Chair Figdor.
Yes. So the resolution passes unanimously with our student voting with the majority. Thank you everyone for that work. I am really excited about all the design work and the work groups and the overall intention here. I think it is absolutely where we need to go, and I really appreciate the work that has gone into it thus far, and I'm so eager to follow it and to see how it develops, and to be of any assistance as that the board can provide. So now we are on to new business, consideration and action to approve the appointments committee slate of community representatives to the superintendent search committee. And unless the superintendent has something he wants to say, I'm going to hand it off to Mr. Youssef. Mr. Youssef.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, everybody. So tonight we are bringing forward a slate of 7 candidates to serve as community representative on the Superintendent Search Committee. In response to the board's September 6th resolution, directing our appointments committee to recruit and recommend community candidates to serve on the search committee. To that end, the appointments committee launched a recruitment questionnaire in early September. The questionnaire remained open through October 3rd and yielded a total of 55 community applicants. The appointments committee met to review those applications on October 7th and developed a slate of candidates that you have in front of you. Consistent with the board's resolution, which called for at least one student, one teacher, one other district employee, one parent of a current student enrolled in the district to be included in the slate. The candidate slate before you tonight reflects the composition and additionally is broadly representative of the diversity of our district. Let me introduce you the candidates, a little bit about them. Alisa Burke is a staff, not a teacher. She's also a parent, and she's the director of a pre-kindergarten program. She's a Big Island resident and a parent of 2 Portland Public School students. Carrie Doughtley, she's a teacher, parent, and is the president of the Portland Education Association, a longtime Portland Public School teacher, a Portland resident, and a parent of 3 Portland Public School graduates. Manar El-Tahir is a student. She is a senior at Deering High School and president of Deering High School Black Student Union. Joseph Inabanza, community at large, Mr. Inabanza is a 2021 graduate of Casco Bay High School and a former Portland Board of Public Education student representative. Betsy Basjimasi is a staff, not a teacher. She is a family engagement specialist in the district multilingual and multicultural center, serving the district's Latinx students and families. Barbara Estrada, a community at large. She will be departing the district in November after serving as the Executive Director of Human Resources for the past 8 years. She is a Portland resident and the parent of 2 Portland Public School graduates. Matthew Winch is a parent. He is a Portland resident, a parent of 2 current students, Portland Public School student, and serve on the buildings for our future district advisory building committee. Board policy BCF states that advisory panels and committees will be established by a resolution and voted on by the board, including the number and members and the membership composition. The policy charges the board's appointment committee with recruiting and vetting members and making recommendations to the board. Our committee reviewed all 55 applicants using the same criteria, which included determining whether the applicants had a compelling interest, a rationale for wanting to be on the committee, a clear understanding of the committee's work, whether they brought an understanding of the work that the district is engaged in, and a new superintendent will be charged with advancing, and whether they contributed unique and complementary perspective to the work of the committee. I am deeply grateful to the respondents. It's clear that there is a significant interest and willing commitment from members of our community to give their time, experience, and commitment to this task. I'm also grateful to the other board members of the committee, Board Member Bondo and Lenz, and Chair Figdor and Vice Chair Burke, who also attend our meeting. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Youssef. So are there any questions on, any questions for Mr. Youssef? And then we need a motion. Okay. So this is consideration and action to approve the appointments committee slate of committee representatives to the superintendent search committee. I apologize if I've read that already. It is getting very late. Is there a motion? Ms. Bondo, seconded by Mr. Youssef. Okay, so now are there questions on the motion? So just to summarize, we had 55 applicants. The appointments committee has brought forth a slate of 7 candidates, and our work tonight is to discuss and then approve or not these candidates. So are there any questions? I don't see any questions. I'll go to public comment. So if there's any public comment on our appointments, happy to take it. Don't see any hands up, nor are there members of the community still in the audience. So I'm going to close public comment. Is there any board discussion? Yes, Ms. Lentz.
I just wanted to add one point about the process is that the policy within the committee is to blind all applications. So we were not privy to who was who in the application process. I think that that's just important to point out because it did feel like a very, been a part of a lot of selection committees, and this one felt very equitable and fair.
Thank you, Ms. Lentz. Okay. Again, I want to to thank everyone who applied to be part of our superintendent search committee. It's really impressed and energized by the commitment and interest and willingness to serve. So with that, I think we're going to move forward the slate. And by roll call vote, please indicate whether you support approving the appointments committee slate of candidates to serve as representatives on the superintendent search committee. Mr. Superintendent, will you please call the roll?
Yes, Chair, Ms. Wando,
Yes.
Mr. Burke,
Yes.
Ms. Russell Better,
Yes.
Ms. Billiou,
Yes.
Ms. Bryden,
Yes.
Mr. Youssef,
Yes.
Ms. Lentz,
Yes.
Mr. Grant,
Yes.
and Chair Figdor.
Yes. So the slate unit passes unanimously and the appointments have been made. And so I want to congratulate the 7 members of the public who have now been appointed to the superintendent search committee. And I do see that a few of them have stuck around throughout the entire meeting. So I just want to offer any of the new members of the search committee who would like to introduce themselves to the board or say a couple of words to please go ahead and do so. I see Matthew Winch, I see Alyssa, I see Carrie, who's also in the room here with us, and Barb Stoddard.
Yeah. And I know we had several others, but it is a late night and they may have.
Including our Deering student
here.
Representative who was with us for a long time.
Yeah. I see Matthew is on camera.
Hello, Matthew. Please go ahead.
Good evening, all. Thanks for the appointment. And I've worked on the Buildings for Our Community's Future on the lost for words here. It is late, right? I've worked with a number of you in the past before. Some of you are obviously a new face to me, and I am to you as well. But look forward to working with the school board on what I feel is a very important task at hand.
Thanks, Matthew.
Thank you so much, Matthew. I'm sorry, my computer is about to die. Okay, thank you, Matthew. Congratulations. So glad that you're serving on this committee with us. Are there any other members of the superintendent search committee who would like to say hello to the board?
They're saying no.
Okay. Excellent. Well, thank you so much. Really looking forward to getting this work underway, and so deeply appreciative of your willingness to do this important work with us. So next we're on to consideration and action to approve amendments to the resolution directing the appointments committee to recruit and recommend a slate of community representatives to the superintendent search committee. And I'm going to hand it back to Mr. Youssef.
Thank you, Chair. Tonight, we are also asking to amend the original resolution. In the course of reviewing and deliberating on the membership of the committee that you just approved, we found that we were missing an important perspective in the original resolution, which was a clear connection and understanding of the critical position of the Portland adult education in our school system. The committee came to this realization toward the end of our deliberation when we had already completed our vetting, but were looking at the sum of the folks who just barely did not make it into the list, and we noted several with BAE connections. Rather than exclude someone from our original list, we discussed the matter among ourselves with the superintendent and with the chair and decided to bring a revised resolution to the board meeting tonight, expanding the membership of the search committee by one additional community member for a total of 8 community members, with one being a person with a connection to PAE. The revised resolution is up for your action, and if approved, the committee will bring a proposed candidate to our board meeting next Tuesday. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Youssef. So first, is there, so I read the motion, and I need someone now to make the motion.
So far.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Youssef. And is there a second? Board Member Grant, thank you so much. So are there questions on the resolution? So as you heard from Mr. Youssef, when we passed our initial resolution, we did not specify a member who had a connection to Portland Adult Ed. The Appointments Committee only recognized it after the fact. And so this is kind of remedying that by adding an 8th member of the public to the search committee. So I don't see any questions. I'm going to move to public comment. Is there any public comment on these changes to our resolution establishing the superintendent search committee? Don't see any hands. I'm going to close public comment and move to board discussion. Is there any board discussion? Seeing none, by roll call vote, please indicate whether you support approving the amendments to the resolution directing the Appointments Committee to recruit and recommend a slate of community representatives to the Superintendent Search Committee. Mr. Superintendent, will you please call the roll?
Yes, Chair. Ms. Bondo?
Yes.
Mr. Burke?
Yes.
Ms. Russell Better?
Yes.
Ms. Biliu?
Yes.
Ms. Bryden?
Yes.
Mr. Youssef?
Yes.
Ms. Lentz?
Yes.
Mr. Grant?
Yes.
And Chair Victor?
Yes. So the amendments to the resolution pass unanimously. And now we are on to personnel items. Consideration and action to approve the personnel items listed. Election of one-year only teachers. Is there a motion? Ms. Lentz, seconded by
Somebody give a second.
Mr. Grant. Ms. Stoddard, would you like to speak to this motion?
Certainly. Thanks for sticking with us tonight, everybody. You're going to have 2 votes tonight. The first is for 2 one-year only teachers, and the second will be for 4 regular teachers.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions on the first motion? There's no public comment on personnel items, so we're going to move right into the board discussion. Is there any board discussion? Seeing none, by roll call vote, please indicate whether you support approving the personnel items listed. Election of one-year only teachers. Mr. Superintendent, will you please call the roll?
Yes, Chair. Ms. Bondo?
Yes.
Mr. Burke?
Yes.
Ms. Russell Better?
Yes.
Ms. Biliu?
Yes.
Ms. Bryden?
Yes.
Mr. Youssef?
Yes.
Ms. Lentz?
Yes.
Mr. Grant?
Yes.
And Chair Victor?
Yes, so the item is passed unanimously. Now we're on to consideration and action to approve the personnel items listed. Election of teacher candidates, probationary. Is there a motion?
I move.
Ms. Bondo, seconded by Ms. Lentz. Ms. Stoddard already spoke to this motion. Are there any questions on the motion? Seeing none, and that there's no public comment on personnel items, we're going to move right into board discussion. Is there any board discussion? Seeing none, by roll call vote, please indicate whether you support approving the personnel items listed. Election of teacher candidates, probationary. Mr. Superintendent, will you please call the roll?
Yes, Chair. Ms. Bondo?
Yes.
Mr. Burke?
Yes.
Ms. Russell Better?
Yes.
Ms. Biliu?
Yes.
Ms. Bryden?
Yes.
Mr. Youssef?
Yes.
Ms. Lentz?
Yes.
Mr. Grant?
Yes.
And Chair Victor?
Yes, so the personnel item is unanimously approved. All right, folks, we are ready to adjourn. Is there a motion? And I'll just first mention that our meeting, we have our next meeting next Tuesday, the 18th at 6 p.m. In our blended format as is usual. So is there a motion to adjourn? Miss Russell Better, seconded by Miss Lentz. With a show of hands, all in favor. And we are adjourned at 10:38 p.m. Thank you so much, everyone, for your work tonight.